Last time in Renascence, the party was split in two, as they have been their entire time on this island. Alora and Barnaby were in mooring, uh, making connections, doing research, trying to make some allies. You guys procured a map of the island from Mr. Cobb's cartography studio. You made your way to the naval base, Fort Bounty, and you spoke with the two admirals in charge there, uh, both of whom did not want you venturing deeper into the island, but one of which was willing to arm you with what equipment she had on hand to try and assist. So you got a few magic items and some potions. Hopefully, that would be enough. And as sort of a Hail Mary, you guys made your way back to the temple of Mika in order to see if the clergy there would be able to help you find anything at all about the Shadow Realm. You were led to an archive, and in the course of your research, were able to find a scroll that was the historic account of Father Miranieros, the conclave priest who performed the conjunction out in the center of mooring. He also communed briefly with the creature that controlled this island. And from that, you learned a little bit of its nature and decided it was best, maybe, to put this thing down and save your friends. So, you made your way back to Fool's End. You regrouped with Brynbor and Hidkey and began trudging back south along the coast. In the meantime, Burberry, John, and Noel spent their entire day blindly fumbling around the entire incredibly complex engine at the heart of this mysterious plane ship, and lo and behold, despite numerous setbacks, were able to repair it. Returning to the helm, Noel took the wheel, and willing the ship into the air, compelled it to transport them back to the material plane. The strain of this act, however, was too great for the ship, which was already very heavily damaged. The engine had a pretty catastrophic explosion down in the engine room. The ship split in two and began to plummet back to Earth. John, thankfully, being a big, strong boy, was able to grab the two smaller individuals, shielding them with his body, cushioning their fall, taking some of the brunt of that impact for them. You guys stood up, found yourselves back home under a dimming sunset, performed a quick prayer of healing, and as you began to disembark the toppled helm of this ship, found yourselves face to face with the dark creature that had followed Berber underground. So, picking up here, do we have any questions?
Is the lightningy rock still lightningy?
It is not. It is completely dark. Smoking, really, from the interior of the hole. You can kind of see it kind of like billowing out from the massive broken breaches that now just kind of split the hole into like 4 different pieces. It's a wreck.
I have a question.
Okay.
Since we did briefly get a view several, 100 feet up, I guess I don't remember. How far into the forest are we? Like, could we have seen the coast from our initial vantage point, or are we like way deep in the woods?
I believe you did see the coast.
Well, you said we saw like the ocean way in the distance or something, but like, are we hours into the forest, or are we like an hour into the forest?
You are hours in, yeah. It was a hike to get up here. Okay. Probably like half a day. Okay. We're pretty close to it. Oh my god, this cat. Sylvie! Hey, get out. because you walked in following the signal Burberry shot up, right? Kind of heading that direction, and by about midday, a little after midday, you guys kind of converged on the ship. So it was several hours, not a few hours, not several, like 4 probably.
Okay. So it's a hike to get back to the coast. Got it.
It is a hike back to the coast.
How steep is this area?
It's not super steep. Let me pull up my map here just so I've got eyes on it. You guys are still sort of on the lower slopes of the mountain range here. Map. Okay. So, looking at this, yeah, it's honestly not super steep at all. Like you hiked inland, but the incline really didn't like bring you super high up necessarily. You're definitely like well over 1,000 feet, like from sea level. Like it's in the hundreds.
So to get to the beach, they would have to go down an incline?
Yes.
Then that should cut their hike down a little bit. Because it's 10 times easier going down than going up.
This is true. Although they did not have to go up necessarily super high to begin with, so it's not going to make a huge difference. The distance is what it is.
Yeah, the difference between 3 and 4 hours here is fairly negligible.
Yeah, so somewhere between 3 to 4. They're not hiking all the way, to the mountaintops, which would probably take either a full day or day and a half.
Can we take a moment to wonder how many rounds 4 hours would be?
Well, 10 rounds to a minute times 60, so 600 to an hour times 4.
2,400.
2,400 rounds. Start rolling.
Let's start.
Maybe he's got 25-foot movement speed. We just run.
Maybe he's slow.
I mean, theoretically, Johnny could turn into something like a cheetah or...
She does have Panther.
A panther. I do have Panther.
She does have Panther.
I'm not gonna
Don't
count
worry, I'll get there.
It would be
just shoot from there.
It would be pretty cool though if Barnaby and Lauren came and saved us, like with Barnaby riding on the back of a giant panther. That would be a pretty epic entrance.
That would be an awesome 70-mile sprint to reach you guys, or whatever the fuck the distance is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then later Johnny
Even on
like,
a cheetah,
yeah,
that'd be like an hour.
That was like half my movement speed.
Yeah. So, picking up here, Lauren and Barnaby, as you guys are traversing the coastline, kind of the rocky, sandy beaches, kind of like interchanging as you head out from Fool's End. Is there any other sort of preparations you guys are taking or precautions you're taking at this point? The sun is setting at this moment.
I think we got plenty of food and plenty of water, so...
Yeah.
Within the hour, it's going to be dark.
And we also got those potions from that one nice lady, too.
Yeah. I'm tempted to do... past... So, wait, how far away are we? We're like 2 days away from this, like, explosion that we saw, right? The crash.
Yeah, it was definitely in the distance. And Barnaby would be able to tell you, because he actually went to the ship, how far, like, inland it was. And you would know it was about 2 days from your initial campsite. Give or take.
I guess I just do pass without a trace once the sun sets fully.
Actually, I guess it'd be closer to like 3 days to your old campsite. But neither here nor there. So pass without trace?
Yeah.
Okay. So extra plus 10. Are you moving slowly then, that you're wanting to be stealthy?
No, that's just to help buffer our speed. That's just a little buffer for us.
Just a small assistance. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see something.
Where's the two homeboys that are with us? They're not with.
They are with you, yes. I just haven't put them down. So we'll just blap blap. One is green, and the other is less green. Because they are orky. And cool. So, as you guys are proceeding, not cautiously, but ideally, somewhat covered by the aid of this pass without trace spell.
Magic.
Magic. You, I think, Lauren, with your stupidly high passive perception, you
Wait a second.
definitely hear the sounds of something up ahead. What's up?
Wait, real quick. Barnaby hiked through the forest to the ship, right? So he's familiar with the forest, and he has that tool.
Mm-hmm.
Barnaby, do we want to teleport ourselves to the ship with Phaelite?
As the DM, I feel compelled to remind you that it takes at minimum a day to traverse that path, if not up to 6.
Barnaby, roll good.
But
Well,
that
we could
also
cut our
means once
trip
he's
down.
here, he can get us
Oh.
out.
That's not it.
Yeah, that's true. If you do preserve the waylight, we could use it.
How long does the way?
I think that's a lot more important than getting here on time.
Yeah, well,
'Cause-
the thing is,
Even if you left on foot now, you wouldn't get there in time. So it's better to get there safe and get us the hell out. At least that's how I look at it.
Yeah. So it takes 1d6 days, and after using it, it can't be used again for a week.
Oh.
okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Shit.
Honestly,
That means we have to camp out for a week if he gets here.
yeah, so, I mean, depending on how this combat goes, too, there's a non-zero chance you will be working with more information within the near future, if I'm able to, sending after this battle or whatever.
That's true.
So, you don't have to make all your
I'd say
decisions
for
right this
right
second.
now, I'd probably just tell Lauren, let's hold off on that for right now. That's got a bit of a time before we can use it again.
My only worry is that either you going through the forest to get to us, you'll end up in another world, or us trying to get out of the forest, we'll end up in another world.
Yeah, let's try and avoid that.
Also, I'm worried it might take too long, comparison to how long it would take for us to get there.
So, as you guys are having this conversation, Lauren, up ahead, you hear a sound kind of emanating out of the forest. This dry, rasping, echoing, wailing sound. Just this kind of long, slow drag that kind of cuts through the air, kind of drawing your conversation short. You see rustling in the leaves up ahead, and there is some sort of figure kind of lurching out of the brush there.
Do we need to make will saves?
Right this second, no. But I am going to have everyone roll for initiative now.
15.
15 from John.
11 plus 4, 15.
15 from Barnaby.
14.
14 from Burberry. Okay. Tight spread.
16 for Noel.
Jesus Christ, guys.
All right.
I also got a 16.
God damn
Just
y'all.
all squeezed right into that mid-teens.
That's fine. So, Laura Noel, who's got the higher dex? I think it's Noel.
+4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have +2.
Okay. John and Barnaby, higher dex.
I got a +4 to Dex.
I'm +2.
Okay. So John will bump down. And then these guys. Okay. And what did you say your dex was, Lauren?
It's a +2.
Okay. What's the actual score?
14.
Okay. Then that should have
Sorry, I miscalculated. Noel is a 17 if it affects anything.
17.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you are 17.
I miscounted.
You had it right.
Oh, I said 17? Okay. My brain fart.
Okay. So, at the top of the order, John, Noel, and Burberry. You've seen this creature peeking out from behind a tree at the edge of this clearing, and you watch now as it begins to shift its shape. You watch the face sort of lowering along the body and then kind of protruding outwards on this sort of narrowing neck, and you watch as the darkness that sort of encompasses it almost like recedes. And underneath it, what you see is the shape of this old, wretched woman. Long, lank hair, long, hooked nose, these horribly like elongated limbs, and clutched in her hands, you see what looks like a doll, almost like an oversized baby doll, that is headless and dripping with blood. And I'm going to need all three of you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Okie dokie.
I think your last form was scarier for me, I'm afraid. I rolled it at 20.
Okay, very nice.
22 total for Noel.
22. Okay, nice. John.
Sorry. Non-natural 20.
Non-natural. Damn. Okay. Well, he tried. That will be his turn. As he stands there, slowly chewing with this thing in his hand. That'll take us to Noel.
Burberry, what the hell is that thing?
Well, from my extremely limited understanding, he, she, it, they is a creature that feeds off of fear? At least I'm guessing. We played a weird version of 20 questions where I only really got one guess.
That's not much of a 20 questions game.
God!
Okay, so clarifying the map here, are we like at ground level or are we like way up in the air?
You're at ground level. So
Okay.
you guys...
like the ship twisted and tipped over.
Yeah, it's like... So you guys are like standing on the wall of the helm, and the
Got
window
it.
is like vertical, poking, like looking out.
Okay.
Totally shattered at this point.
And this creature seems to be approaching us.
Yes.
John looks over at Noah and is like, I don't mean to nitpick, but maybe next time don't explode.
I didn't choose that part. Question, just general. Do I see any of the like familiar like darkness / fog that I saw when the first time I ended up in the shadow realm? back on the beach, or is this pretty clear forest area?
I mean, it's got the usual kind of light mist that kind of is always present in the forest of Montauban. It does not look as thick as it did the last time you recall that difference.
Last clarifying question: how long till sunset would we estimate?
Less than an hour.
Okay, but it's not like within the next minute.
No.
Okay. I don't have anything specific. Just on a whim, I'm gonna try something a little odd to start things off. I'm gonna try the drift globe to set to daylight to see if this thing maybe doesn't like the light.
Okay. Interesting.
So I will use
Are
my
you gonna
action.
warn the people standing next to you?
You guys will be fine.
Oh, okay.
But if this thing doesn't like bright lights, it's not going to want to get near us.
Okay. So this is the daylight spell?
I believe that's how the drift globe works. I can double check.
Sears bright light and sheds dim light for another 60 feet. If you choose a point on an object you are holding or one that is being more carried, light shines. If any of the spell's area overlaps with an area of darkness created by a spell, third level or lower, the spell that created the darkness is dispelled. Interesting. Okay.
What if you set the target as his head?
I think the drift globe...
I think the target is the drift globe.
Yeah, it has
right?
to be itself.
Oh.
So, activating the drift globe, there's this blinding flash of light as you hold in your hands this glass orb that now shines with the light of the sun, casting these long, dark shadows across the wall of the helm and behind the trees outside. You do see the creature sort of momentarily recoil, kind of grabbing a hand against the trunk of the tree it's standing behind, but it is still kind of like leering out, staring directly at you before it kind of like pulls back and begins to kind of slink along behind the trees, continuing on its path towards you guys.
Okay. That's an action, so I will just stay with the group for the moment, and see what other people do, I guess.
Okay. So, as a legendary action, you watch as this creature, kind of slinking behind the trees, you watch the gullet sort of distend and the mouth begin to open, the jaw kind of dislocating, and this large black eye is disgorged out into the air and begins to float next to it.
Oh no, it's got a drift globe that casts darkness!
It can do gross stuff too. And it will roll initiative, and it got a... Okay. Oop. Shoot. Okay. So, that'll take us down to Aloran. Aloran, you see this humanoid figure sort of lurching along the tree line, loosely in your direction. And with your passive perception, you can already make out this thing has sort of an unnatural gait, odd proportions, very long, sinewy sort of arms and legs, and this like heavy, ragged shawl thrown over its head that just kind of trails down to its knees. And it is just sort of staggering its way towards your general direction. It does not seem as though it has seen you quite yet, however.
I'll first just kind of like signal to everybody if they haven't seen it yet that it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's see, what spells do I need? I think I'm just gonna go ahead and turn into a bear. Surprise, surprise.
Okay.
And I am going to try to like sneak up on that thing and then attack it.
Okay. Also, go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Okay. So I get the +10.
You are still maintaining concentration, so yeah, you would. Leaving your party behind you, however, I will point out they will not benefit from this spell if you don't stay close to them. So, just a heads up.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna do it.
You're just like, fuck it.
It's gonna see us in a second anyway.
No big deal, it's fine.
Alright, so that is a 9 plus 10 plus 2, so 21.
Okay, 21. 21 is definitely going to succeed. So, sneaking up to this thing. The bear's got 40 feet of movement, right?
Let me double check. Yeah, 40 feet.
40 feet, okay. Yeah, you'll definitely be able to get pretty much right up on this thing as it's kind of teetering about. You're very, very careful. You're like kind of hugging the tree line, staying just under the brush line, just kind of pulling your way forward. And yeah, as you draw closer, you see this thing, shriveled gray skin, super long clawed fingers, and you can't quite make out the face, but you can definitely tell it's got this very like narrow, elongated sort of shape to it under that ragged shawl.
Okay.
So, going for the attack.
Oh yeah.
All right, give me some rolls to hit.
Do I get advantage since I sneaked, or since it's a surprise, or no?
Oh, actually,
Oh, I feel like I reminded you of something not helpful.
You did. So, I'll say this. You will have advantage if you can succeed on this DC 13 Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Well,
I don't
want to lose my first roll. My first roll is a 15.
Okay.
So I just want to keep him there. So my first roll is a 15 plus whatever my attack bonus. Oh, my attack bonus.
You will probably hit, but I will say that you do need to succeed on this check.
Okay. It's a wisdom saving throw?
Constitution save.
Okay. I failed.
What is it?
That one.
Oh, shit. Okay. So, Aloran, as you draw close to this thing and sort of rear up to take that swing, it'll turn in surprise to look at you. And you will see under the hood there is this gray face with these jet black eyes and this just sort of hanging slack mouth.
Oh, God.
And the thing screams. And you feel your blood run cold. And you are sort of transfixed by those eyes. And you feel faint, nauseous, woozy, and you sway in place. And you are now... yeah.
Honey, did you have inspiration?
Did you?
No.
You
I
want
haven't
it?
had inspiration.
Do you want to take
Oh wait,
it?
I do have inspiration. Yeah, actually, can I use inspiration? This is awful.
That seems like maybe inspiration. I'm just saying.
I do actually.
If this is the
feel like
creature I
just-
think it is.
I feel like we should be declaring these beforehand, but fine.
You just danced the shit out of the DM.
I'm sorry. It occurred to me. I was like, wait, I seem to remember people having that.
I thought I didn't have it. That's why I was like, well, this is gonna suck. But I do actually have it. So if not, that's fine. I won't roll. If you don't want me to, since you're already like halfway through this deal.
You know, we didn't hit the end of it, so I will fault myself for taking too long. Go ahead and roll. I'm just gonna spit it out next time.
Berry, it rubbed off. Guess what I rolled?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Another nat one.
Oh my god.
Shit.
I mean, that's
So
just
continue
fate
the
at this point.
It was meant to be. Aloran, you are now at 0 hit points and unconscious in front of this creature.
No, she's a bear. If she hits you, she just
Oh, yeah,
turns
how does
back
that
to
work?
Lauren.
That's
Oh
interesting.
shit. Oh, what the fuck?
Wow, druids kind of eat
Okay.
through this kid's ability.
God damn it.
Man, druids sure are good.
Okay. The bear falls to the ground, completely spent by this action. However, Aloran, your body would contract back into your small humanoid form, and you would be left sort of standing in front of this thing, and its withering gaze.
I'd like to say a quick oh fuck.
You are not technically unconscious. And I assume that means that you still have
Because I can bonus
still
action
have your
back into a
actions.
bear. Yeah, I'll bonus action back into a bear and I'll attack the
well, okay, wait. Didn't you use your bonus action to turn into a bear already?
Oh,
Well, yeah, but then she stuck up as a bear.
Yeah. So she
She could still attack,
used her
though. She
movement
just can't be a
as
bear.
the bear. Yeah, she can use her action still.
Oh, could she use her action to turn back into a bear?
She could do that. She just couldn't attack then.
Okay, so it's attacking or bear now.
What a dilemma.
What will you do?
That is a very
Bear.
interesting interaction I've never considered with this creature.
I didn't either, and I'm mad about it.
Also, this thing is no fucking
I'm
joke.
looking up a spell.
Alright.
I like how you're just like, oh fuck. Not even there. This is bad.
Yeah, that's a scary creature.
Oof.
It's almost like there was a reason they tried to dissuade you from coming into the dangerous woods.
There are bad things here. So what's it going to be, Lord? What is your action?
To bear or not to bear?
Come on, we need a decision. Let's go. Let's
I
go.
don't
What
know.
you got?
Well, I'm like debating, do I want to attack it with one of my spells? But another part of me is like, can I even like use this once I turn back into a bear?
Well, you can't cast spells as a bear. You have to be a pretty high level druid for that.
Yeah. I think that's actually a 20 level druid thing.
Yeah.
Well, like, if I did call lightning, it says
Ah, well, as long as you're concentrating on it, yeah, you can maintain it. You'll drop Pass Without Trace, but you can call lightning if you want.
Yeah, you just can't cast any new spells as a bear.
I guess I'm gonna cast protection from evil and good on myself.
Okay. Let's see what that does.
Not a coincidence. I was actually gonna cast that on Josh.
Creatures have disadvantage on attacks against you, and you cannot be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. Interesting. Okay. Good call. So, bracing yourself with fortifying magic, you stand your ground against this creature as it lets out this second ghastly wail. And that will take us to these fellas. Yeah. So, Barnaby.
Yes.
Not too far behind Aloran, as you and your compatriots are sort of running to catch up. You feel this gust of wind off to your left, and you turn just in time to see, sweeping out from under the brush towards you across the sand, 4 jet black shadows, just kind of coasting along, rushing towards you, as if cast by birds flying overhead, and then immediately like a rearing up into these sort of phantasmal shapes, and lunging. They did not roll very good on their stealth check, so there was no advantage there, but they're still going to try to hit you and your buddies. That's a nat 1 against you. That's a 19 against Brinbor. And that is a crit. Oh, shit. On Hitkey. And then does an 11 hit you?
11 me? No.
Okay. So, Brinbor will take, that looks like 6. I don't know why I'm saying this out loud all of a sudden. I shouldn't be.
I'm scared. If you say the word 6, is there anything following that? Is it 6D something?
67 no. He will take a big fat that much. 6 plus something. He got crit, which means that's that's damage. And then both of them. Okay. So, they are going to take some damage from these things attacking them. And that will take us to Barnaby. It is your turn. So you are currently surrounded. You got 2 of these dark shapes on you, and 1 on each of your compatriots there next to you.
I'm going to whip out Bertha. We got some work to do, girl.
Okay.
I will flip around to the 2 behind me, and
Okay.
I will shoot the one directly behind me.
All right. Go ahead and roll to hit.
That is a 18 plus 9.
Definitely hits. Give me some damage.
Okay. That is 13
13. Whew.
for the first shot, and then extra attack. I will hit that same one again.
Okay.
That's 14 plus 9.
So 20.
23.
Okay. That I'm pretty sure is going to kill it. So that is 1 dead whoosh, shadow off the board. Good job.
You want the same thing? As I look at the other one.
Turns around. You do have a Deadeye that you can use if you would like to, considering you did just kill one.
Thank you. I was just about to mention that. All right. Oh, that's a nat 20.
Okay. That's definitely hitting.
All right. Well, I used up all my luck. That's max damage.
Jesus, how much damage is that?
1 of 4 plus 4.
28. Jesus.
I just used up all my luck for the night.
Deal.
1 at 12, 12.
Wow.
Plus 4.
You blow a monumental hole through the center of this thing. It's hanging on by like literal threads of shadow at this point. It's technically still alive, but just barely. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
Let's see. Nothing immediately. Nothing
Okay.
immediately.
That will take us to John. So, John, you've seen this thing transform into a hideous, haggish creature and begin lurching towards you with this little eyeball sort of floating in the air behind it. What do you want to do?
How did it react to the daylight?
It did not seem terribly phased. It definitely like pulled back momentarily when the spell went off, but it is now still advancing under the cover of the trees.
Do we still have access to the stairwell?
It is currently 20 feet overhead through a door that is directly like over your head and just like hanging open.
So
You're standing on the right side wall of this cabin.
Is this part still attached to anything, or is it like separated by itself?
Yes. I mean, you're standing on the floor, or not the floor. The floor is to your left. It's on the wall, right? It's trailing up vertically towards the hatch. And just kind of glancing out the window, it does look like the helm is still affixed to the rest of like the back end of the ship that broke free of like the rest of it. So presumably the stairwell is still like functional.
Is there, if I was to affix a rope near the door, is there a way to do that so that we could like open the door?
If you've got like a grappling hook to throw up there,
Or like a glaive that I could pierce through something.
you could try. I don't know if a glaive embedded in the ceiling is going to support your weight necessarily.
No, it doesn't have to support my weight.
Okay.
It has to support somebody's weight.
I do have a grappling hook if you need it.
Oh, okay. I mean, is there anywhere that I could attach the grappling hook that would?
Yeah, you could try throwing it up there. Sure.
I'd like to try to get access to the door if possible, so that we could enter the rest of the ship and get away from this thing for a little while.
I think that's doable. I'll call that your object interaction to chuck a grappling hook up into the doorway, and you can use your movement to climb up there. You've got 40 feet of movement, right?
I have 40 feet.
Okay, so you could get up to the door, like you could be standing over the door in the stairwell. And standing where you are, the stairs are sort of running in this spiral along the walls and floor of sort of where you're situated now. So you can't actually like climb the stairs necessarily, but you could climb over the walkways like hurdles and make your way deeper into the belly of the ship.
Okay, but I've opened the door.
Yeah, the door was hanging open. You guys didn't really bother to close it when the ship smashed into the ground, or
So,
when the ship first launched, and it's just been open.
am I able to get like through the door, and then when they like get onto the rope, I can like help pull them up? Or is that not happening?
I'd say you could ready an action to help someone with that.
A hoist action.
A hoist to aid in their shuffle here. Trying to think what the
Should I
benefit
help
of that would be.
Burberry or should I help Noel?
Well, Burberry's next in the initiative order, so I assume them.
Okay, I guess I'll help Burberry.
Honestly, like, if you want, you can wait for me to be most of the way up and then just hoist both.
Well, my thing was like, I don't know if she can make it all. What's the distance?
It's like 20 feet from floor from hatch to floor, so it would take a dash action for them to make it up.
So if I instead just pulled it up,
I would say if you want to help, then it would just take 20 feet of normal movement. You're like cutting the climbing cost basically.
Okay.
So you could buy somebody an extra 10 feet of movement in their turn and their action.
Yeah.
Okay. So John is ready to pull somebody up with the rope. That will take us to this creature's second legendary action, as it disgorges a second eyeball that is now floating in the air next to it.
Yay, more eyeballs.
That will take us to Burberry.
Well, we better be careful, because if this continues to upchuck, the eyes will have it.
I'll give Noelle protection from good and evil. She's right there, and I really don't want her to get a bird and for nothing. So yeah, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna start going up this rope, I guess.
All right. And yeah, Burberry, you, with John's assistance, are able to get up there this turn with a spell cast. You have 10 feet of extra movement as well. So if you want to start making your way down the hall, that's also an option.
I seem to remember having been somehow hit by this thing when I was in rock.
How much?
Or was that the same thing?
No, literally your entire sentence makes sense.
Are we talking about the eyes or the creature?
The critter, because I did the meld into stone thing during my sleep, and it still managed to get me through my dreams.
Right, yeah. That's fair.
So I will stay close to my party members. I'll make sure John is between me and it, but I'm not going further down hallways, thank you.
Fair enough.
Also when I first met this thing, it was going through a crack. I was pretty sure I wouldn't fit down, and this ship is broken, like, everywhere.
That's true. Well, that will be your turn then, I think. And yes, the creature is out of legendary action, so it will just continue doing what it's doing, slowly lurking its way forward. They'll take us to Brinbor and the Hidkey at the bottom of the order, because they rolled pretty bad. They are going to attempt to fend off their assailants. So Brinbor will use his short sword and miss, unfortunately for him. Hidkey, I believe, gets 2 attacks. 1 will hit. 2 will hit. Excellent. Gotta love great axes. So that's like... Yeah, that's plenty. Hidkey immediately just... 2 big swings of the axe cleaving through her shadow and completely dispelling its presence. That'll be her turn. Actually, no, she'll probably attack the one next to Britborg, I guess, because you killed the one next to her. So that's that. So, bottom of the order, Aloran, the creature before you. I need you to take 5 necrotic damage for me. Johnny?
Yeah.
Did you take 5 necrotic damage?
Yes.
Okay. And then I also need you to make another Constitution saving throw as this thing cranes its neck trying to meet your gaze.
10.
10. Oof. Okay. So, you are going to take some damage. In protection, attack rolls, charm, frighten, or possession, and ends them. Okay. So you are going to take 23 necrotic damage as this thing takes another deep rattling breath and lets out another ghastly wail, and you just feel like every muscle in your body begin to burn and ache. So you're almost being like just weakened by its presence. So that is its turn. Top of the order, the creature before Noel. So John and Burberry are currently up in the stairwell. Noel's the only one still on the ground. The creature is going to continue advancing towards you behind the trees. It will again shift. You watch as it's passing through the form, again, just sort of like blinking between the trees, shifts from this hunched, haggard figure to a tall, upright, very proper, almost feminine sort of silhouette. This shadow now just sort of slowly drifting behind the trees. And you can feel this piercing gaze sort of leering out at you from back there. The eyes flash, and I'm going to need you to make another wisdom saving throw, this time at disadvantage.
Does my protection from evil help in any way?
Protection from good and evil does not help with saving throws, unfortunately. It prevents attacks, and then charms, frightens, or possesses.
Okay. Disadvantage?
Yes.
That's going to be a failure at a 10 total.
Okay. So, on a failure, you will take some damage and then be frightened. Except you won't be frightened because of protection from good and evil. So you just take damage.
Well, let's see if I stay on my feet.
8 psychic damage.
Okay, that's not so bad. I'm still up.
And you definitely feel this almost supernatural sort of will sort of pressing in against your mind. But thanks to Burberry's charm, you are warded against it, and it can't really find purchase in you. That will take us to the moat's turn. I probably should actually put them on the board too, just because they're following behind. Both of them are going to flash almost immediately after the initial silhouette's eyes do the same. And I'm going to need you to make 2 more wisdom saving throws.
Disadvantage or regular?
Regular.
I think that's 1 failure and 1 success with an 11 and a 25.
Okay. So again, you feel almost redoubled this intense presence encroaching upon you, forcing its will into your mind. And again, Burberry's magic shields you from the effects of this creature's supernatural fear. And there's sort of a weird shudder in the silhouette of this woman. It sort of pauses for a moment and squints at you from between the trees. And there's just this sort of quiet, seething anger that starts up. And this low growl begins to fill the clearing around the ship outside. So, seeing this thing clearly frustrated, that brings us to your turn. What do you want to do?
I hope it doesn't hold grudges.
No, I don't want to be making more saving throws, so I'm going to join my friends, I think. Up in the doorway.
Okay. Fair enough.
And in the interest of not dying, does that require a dash or no?
So John uses his reaction to help Burberry, so yeah, it would take a dash to get up there for you to do it in one turn.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just get up there. I'll try and stay close to the wall, stay out of sight of this thing. Once I'm up there.
Yeah. It's not hard to avoid line of sight now.
Okay.
So you guys are up in the stairwell now. You cannot see this thing, and you are currently hidden-ish. So, at the end of your turn, this creature is going to use... Okay. So this thing is going to use a legendary action, and almost as soon as your feet kind of like are pulled up into the hatch and the rope is sort of pulled up behind you, you very audibly hear the sound of many feet sort of sprinting across the clearing towards the edge of the ship, and you just glance back in time to see this feminine face, hair tied back in a bun, on a horribly like elongated bony neck, just craning in, looking up at you. As the hands grab hold of the window frame, as this thing more or less sprints at you, trying to catch up before it can, or before you pull out of reach. So that is his legendary action. That will take us to Aloran. So this thing is trying desperately to meet your gaze. It is like bobbing and weaving its head as you are steadfastly trying to avoid it. Didn't do so hot a second ago. Do you want to continue working to avoid its gaze? Yeah. Okay. So it is your turn. Any attacks made against this thing without looking directly at it will be made at disadvantage. Just a heads up.
Turn into a bear and attack.
Yeah, sure. So, shapeshifting, and again rearing up, just looking out, away from this thing, just fucking flailing paws. Go ahead and give me 2 attack rolls at disadvantage.
Oh, so unnatural 20 and a 9.
Okay, so the 20 will hit.
That is 8 damage.
8. Okay. So, one glancing claw you feel connects with this thing. The body underneath this shroud doesn't even really feel like it's almost like clawing through dirt. Like it's just there's no integrity to this creature's shape. But you dare not look back, out of fear of what might befall you. And that is the end of your turn, so that will take us to the shadows surrounding Barnaby, one of which is hanging on by a thread. So Barnaby, that's a miss. Oh my god. I'm going to retire this fucking dice today.
I feel like the shadows
0
never
hits.
roll super well.
They never do. And it's not like they have a great attack bonus either. So yeah, neither of those are going to hit. And Barnaby, it's your turn.
All right. You know me so well. So
Give me some rolls.
we got that one little guy with nothing, just about nothing left.
If you can hit him, he's dead. That's all I got to tell
All
you.
right. Let's see. Well, that's a nat 1. Told you I used up all my luck.
Hey!
Extra
he
attack,
lives.
though.
God damn it.
14 plus 9, 23.
That hits. He's dead.
Was that the last shadow?
This is bullshit. You just like fucking pistol whip him with the butt of your gun, and it just waves away. You have another Deadeye if you would like.
Let's see. I can't remember. Is there a range on Deadeye or just a normal weapon range?
Just a normal gun attack, yeah.
Let's see. I think the only other ones are the ones that are attacking the boys, aren't they? And
there is one more next to you, and there is the one shrouded creature attacking Aloran.
All right. You know what? I'm feeling fancy. I'll use my Deadeye on the one right in front of me.
Okay.
As a 15 plus 9.
That hits. Give me some damage.
That is 9 damage.
Okay. So he's not dead, but he's not looking great either. There's a nice big hole, kind of bored through it now. This that you've blown through with your gun. Is there anything else on your turn that you want to do?
Just from what I can see, how does Aloran look in bear form?
She is
Bear
unscathed at present.
Alright, she's fine.
Actual
That's it.
Lauren was not looking great.
Well, I can't tell that.
Bear Lauren is perfect condition. Never been better.
Alright.
All right. John, it is your turn. So, you guys got up into the stairwell just in time for this thing to rush up behind you and begin clambering into the helm. Not looking down there, unless you want to. What do you want to do now? Okay, so you're going to just reach down and pull the hatch closed?
And lock it, if possible.
Okay, yeah, sure. So there's two doors that you can try to close here. There's the one hatch letting down into the helm, and then there's the one that lets onto the dock, which is sort of like... you could probably jump up and grab it. Although that one was bent. That one was damaged. That one's not really closable. So I guess it's really just the one on the helm.
To the helm. And then I wanted, like, is there anything I can stick in there to make it, like, so it won't open from the other side?
Not really, because it was already, like, pretty bent. Like, the frame was kind of, like, jacked up, and the door itself, like, buckled in. And you had, like, just kind of wrenched it open.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the one from to the helm.
Oh, yeah, you could lock it. There's the hatch lock.
Does it?
Wheel
Would he be able to unlock it from the other side?
No, those locks are independent of one another.
Okay, so I can lock it from the outside, and he won't be able to get through the door. Okay. Yeah. So I want to do that, and then I guess that's my action, so I can still move, right?
Yeah.
Do I remember the way to I guess what would be the most secure room that we have access to? I looked at Noelle and I asked, "What's the securest room we can
Are
get
we
to?"
trying to corner ourselves?
Can we get to somewhere where we can at least rest for a little bit? Or do we want to fight this thing out in the open?
I'm afraid. At least in my experience, it's actually.
I don't know what to do, but if we go into the depths of the ship, we're just going to trap ourselves.
Well, then, what's your idea?
I don't know.
Well, I guess that wouldn't work with three of us.
What wouldn't work with three of us?
Well, when I was by myself, I boarded away until it left.
Boarded its way?
Bore is not quite the right word. I wasn't giving it what it wanted, so
you gave it the silent treatment?
No, I was actually quite chatty.
What does it want?
Well, it wants to feed.
So what if we barricade ourselves in an area where it can't physically get to us, and then annoy the shit out of it through the door?
What a plan.
Old strategy.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
I should clarify. We are still in combat time here, so this conversation's got to be as y'all are moving. So what are you doing?
Talking's a free action.
It is a free action, but you've only got
If we just
6
keep
seconds
talking,
around.
we can't lose, guys. The game can never progress.
They're in cutscene time.
Wait, sorry, is the engineering room...
Bottom deck of the ship.
Okay, but is it still in this part of the ship?
Yeah, is it still there even? Did it break off?
You know that the length of the ship has broken into like 3 or 4 pieces. So, looking down the stairwell, you can see it still goes all the way to the bottom. Although there's definitely like some massive dents where the hole has been like punched in and punctured in places.
Yeah, but like, didn't the whole front of the ship fall off?
Break off, yeah.
And wasn't the engineering room in the front at the lowest level?
Like the
hippo bed.
Like, the hippo bed and toolbox room. Yeah, that was at the front of the ship.
Yeah, I think that's gone.
Do we remember what was at the back of the ship that we didn't have access to?
The stairwell. And the back end of that machine room where the engine was.
So we're pretty much fucked.
There's not really a place to hide, yeah.
We could get into the other ship and get in their engineering room.
And then we'll take it to the Shadowfell.
And we'll escape that way. We'll never see it coming.
Brilliant. I don't have a plan. I think we are pretty cornered.
Actually, I mean, technically, it was the traveling into the other realm that made the ship explode. We could probably fly our way out of here.
I think this has any power left.
That's my truth. We'll never know unless we find out.
I'm pretty sure we know it wasn't glowing and everything was broke as, what's a nice word for fuck?
Broke as all hell.
Shit.
John, what is the play here? What are you doing? What's your move?
I don't know.
This is a tricky situation, man.
Are we booking it to the far end of the hallway?
I would like to go down the stairwell and try to see if there's like a punctured exit out to the back of the ship.
Okay, yeah. I'll say go ahead and give me a perception check as you're clambering over and making your way down the stairwell.
My perception is... +5. That would be a 24.
24. Okay. To your good fortune, there is a pretty sizable gouge in the rear of the ship where a rock has punched through it. The gap between the rock and the metal is fairly narrow, but you're also a big, strong guy, so you might be able to do something about that.
I'd like to try to open it if
All
I
right.
can.
I'll say go ahead and give me a strength check.
Strength check.
Yep.
So it's +4. That would be a 21.
21. Okay. Getting your fingers under there and just heaving back, you are able to widen the gap just enough. It's probably like 1.5 feet. You could probably squeeze between the metal and the rock here and get out. You're certain Noelle and Burberry could fit through this. It might take some wiggling for you to do it, but it's definitely big enough for passage.
I would like to get out.
Okay. See, that was probably like 20 feet in. Yeah, okay. So, half movement, that'll get you just outside the ship on your turn. So, squeezing through just in time for your turn to end. That will be the end. At the end of your turn, John, this creature, predictably, I think, begins trying to force this door that you just closed. And Noelle and Burberry standing next to it, you hear this intense chung, 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 as the metal door is being like violently shaken in its frame.
On yells,
No
no
one's
one's home.
home.
Wow.
You think that's funny?
A little bit, yes.
Very much so.
Yeah, Burberry, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
Oh God, no!
John literally just like vaulted over the stairwell and began running along the wall of this shaft and found himself a little exit and fucking squeezed out. What do you want to do?
Well, I guess I'll be following behind. I wonder if I could.
Nah, probably not. That would be really trolly though.
Oh my god. Could you set up like a voice recorded like pun machine so that it just yells puns at him every minute or so?
Unfortunately, prestidigitation was not one of the spells that I took, nor was magic mouth, because it's not on my spell book.
Dang. That would be the perfect thing to just pick him off.
Magic Mouth would definitely do it.
I'm pretty sure he's already mad at me.
Just yell puns at him every minute or so.
Well, you know, between the not being a food source and taking away a food source, he's pretty mad at me. Gonna throw it out there. Okay, so Sacred Flame says that there's no cover from the spell. There's lots of holes in the walls, right? Could I theoretically hit this with a Sacred Flame, even though I can't see him, or?
Creature you can see within range is the problem.
Ah, okay.
You need to be able to see him.
Okay. It's fine. No, it was one of those,
Yeah. Yeah, it's a saving throw spell, so it doesn't care about cover necessarily. But you still need to be able to see the creature to cast it on them.
Sure.
Because it's targeted.
Probably shouldn't do that. I guess I'll just follow behind. I can't save movement, right?
It wouldn't take much movement to get to where John was. I mean, you could get out right
no,
behind him.
I'm not worried about getting out. I want to escort Noelle so she's not the last person with this thing again. So I was wondering if I could move halfway, then move the other half when Noelle reached me.
I'll say this: if you guys want to move together, like half on Burberry's turn and half on Noelle's turn, I would allow that.
I'd like that, please.
Okay. So, are you wanting to dash at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, I will say then on this turn, if you are both dashing, this turn you guys could get to where John is, squeeze out of the back of the ship, and then on your next turn you guys would be dashing wherever it is that you're dashing. Fair?
Sure.
Okay. So, Burberry Noel grabbing hands and running down over, kind of hauling yourself up over the stairwell walkway, hitting the ground and running for that opening John made, which he is still like kind of pushing open a little bit more, making it easier for you guys to pile through. Both of you very quickly scramble over this rock and out into the open air again, onto this dry grass and dirt that's around this wrecked ship.
Can I douse the drift globe before we exit the ship, just so we're not immediately giving away our position?
What does drift globe rules say about that? Daylight. I don't know if you can turn it off. Can you?
I mean, you can cover it.
Speak a command and cause it to emanate light or daylight. You can speak another command word as an action to make the illuminated globe rise in the air or float. Takes the shortest action. Yeah, I'll say you could cover it as a kind of a free object thing. Just like cram it down deep into your bag and like pile some clothes over it.
I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the precedent that you can't turn magic item abilities off.
I think seems,
unless it explicitly says so.
No, I think it needs to be done as an action. Is the thing. I would say as a freebie, as an object interaction, you could get it down into your pocket, but you've committed your action to dashing already. So I'd say on your next turn, you can, with your hand on it, turn it off.
Okay, I see.
But yeah, no, the thing says as an action, you can cause it to do stuff. Outside the spell, it's weird. Daylight doesn't actually have an in condition. It's weird.
Yeah, it just lasts for an hour.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, that's just sitting there. But that will be yours and Burberry's turns. As a legendary action at the end of Burberry's turn, this thing is going to attempt to break through the door. And I don't think that's a success. That might hit. So that is a... Yeah, okay, so that'll hit the door. I don't know if it's going to be enough to damage it. That's a... Okay. So it's not enough to damage the door, but Noelle, as you kind of getting your last leg through, like glancing backwards, you see this violently shaking door kind of stops for a moment, and then there is suddenly this massive ring of pointed sort of extrusions kind of suddenly pressing out of the metal of the door. Nothing punctured, but it's almost like this gigantic jaw just like clamped down on it and began to press inwards and almost managed to start tearing the metal.
Here's Johnny?
He rolled just shy of the damage threshold for this vessel, so that's not quite enough to break the door. But it's close. And you just hear this horrible echoing from the helm behind you as you guys begin fucking booking it to get away from this. Bottom of the order, that takes us to Hidki and Brynbor. Brynbor, I don't think is going to be super helpful right this second. What does this spell do? Okay, that might actually be helpful. He is going to lay a hand on Hidkey, who starts to sort of glow with this faint arcane light. She kind of takes this deep breath, and Brenborg just kind of looks at her and he's like, I think the bear might could use some help. And Hidkey is going to fucking bolt for you, Aloran, rushing up next to you against this thing.
Does Hidkey instantly die?
We're about to find out. So this thing. Okay. And you're still under the effects of protection from good and evil?
Yes.
Johnny? Okay. Okay, cool. So Hidkey rushes up beside you. She's going to take a tiny bit of damage as she enters this thing's heinous aura and make some attacks against it. That's a miss. That's a hit. So, that will be a little bit of damage. So you've got some assistance up here next to this thing, Aloran. And that will be their turn, I think. Or actually, I think Brendan will back up some just to get some distance away from that thing that nearly killed him. That'll take us to the creature in front of you, Aloran. It is, after taking that blow from Hidkey, going to turn its dreadful gaze in her direction. And she needs to make another saving throw. That is another success. So she will take half this. And despite this sort of glowing aura that's now surrounded her, you watch as her body sort of begins to smoke, and her skin starts to sort of shrivel under this thing's gaze as it gives out another horrible howling wail. She is looking very pale and very, very bad right now. So that will take us back to the top of the order. The creature, following John, Noel, and Burberry, is going to attempt to break that door again, because that almost worked last time. That's a miss. That's a hit. And again, this thing's massive jaws clamp on that door, still failing to puncture the metal. And Noel and Burberry, you guys are fucking booking it. You guys are running where? What direction are you picking?
I guess, like, towards the back of the ship where all the... Wait, did we get out of the tears?
Yeah, you guys clambered out the back of the ship towards John. So you guys are outside the ship again, on the back side of it.
We should head to the ocean.
Sounds solid. We'll do that.
Cool. So the ocean is going to be right on this map. So...
Also, John would like to send a silent prayer to the materials engineer from the Hippo race for making very strong, sturdy doors.
Somewhere out in the ether, a dead hippo man smiles. It takes a sip of his dead man's tea. So you guys are booking it. Whoosh. Running for the coast.
You being on the Imperial ship without
permission. Yeah. So, Noel, your action is accounted for.
Yep.
As is some of your movement, but do you have a bonus action?
I'm going to be slightly selfish and healing word myself because I'm real low.
All right.
And that's everything.
Okay. Yeah. That will take us to a legendary action. So I'm going to try to break through again. Okay, that's clearly not working. Aloran, it is your turn.
I'm going to attack the creature.
Okay. Are you still averting your gaze?
Yup.
Cool. Disadvantage, please.
21 and a 15.
I think those both hit. Yes.
Yay.
Those both hit. Good job.
Nice.
Go ahead and give me some damage rolls then.
First one is 9 damage.
Okay.
And the second one's 14.
14. Oof. Okay, doing some damage. Tearing, biting, eyes like clenched shut, doing your damnedest to avoid meeting this thing's gaze. Barnaby, there is one singular shadow floating in front of you. God damn it. 10 doesn't hit you, right?
Nope.
Didn't think so. The shadows, ineffectual as always, continue to flail their arms. I think that makes it your turn now. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna look at this thing. Go home, son. You're drunk. And I'm gonna take aim at the one at Lauren.
Oh, okay. Just ignore the shadow.
Yep.
Cool. Roll to hit.
That's a 15 plus 9.
That'll hit.
That is 16 damage.
Oof. Big numbers.
And I'll roll again. That's a 17 plus 9.
That definitely hits.
That's 9 damage.
All right. Less big numbers. So, 2 shots ring out, slamming into this thing's body. It's not looking great. It's definitely starting to like shed like dust off of its limbs as it's sort of like losing certain structural integrity. The more you guys beat on it.
All right, action surge.
Oh shit! Son of a bitch.
13 plus 9.
13 plus 9 hits.
14 damage.
All right.
That's a nat 20.
Poor shadows, man.
This is the shadow. This is the big boy.
Oh, this is the big boy.
This is the big boy. If he had been shooting the shadow, that thing would have been dead already. But he's just ignoring it. He's flexing.
That is 12 plus 10, 22.
Jesus. So, the second shot like plows through the face and like just completely disintegrates like the left side of its head. So it's only got the one eye and just like the slack jaw now hanging open. And it, again, this horrible kind of blood-curdling wail fucking echoes out. Is there anything else on your turn, Barnaby? Do you want to move? Do you want a bonus action?
I'm just going to look at this one shadow next to me and try and intimidate it like, you don't leave me alone, that's going to be you soon.
All right. Give me an intimidation check. Pete.
That's a nat 1 plus 1.
The shadow is unfazed by your words and continues to flail ineffectually. John, it's your turn.
I'm right at the tear, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like
You
to,
can- You see this thing, it's just like pounding on the door like clenching its jaws, trying to tear it open and just failing miserably.
I'd like to stick my mouth right up against the tear and just mock it. Be like, "Ha! You can't get through the door with your baby teeth, little bitch." And then I would like to book it and just dash straight towards the ocean.
So as you begin running, you just hear this fucking like beginning to echo from inside the ship. And yeah, John, you were just fucking bolting. Outpacing Noelle and Burberry with a dash by a good like 40 feet or 50 feet, I guess, if you got 40 feet of movement. So just whoosh, he's out. He's into the woods.
The hell was that?
As a legendary action, this thing in its anger is going to move, and you will just be able to see Noelle and Burberry as this thing clambers up the side of the helm and appears over the top of it and is now kind of like looking out into the woods after you as you guys run. And it just screams and begins fucking following. That will take us to Burberry.
I was hoping I'd make it angry and keep fighting the door.
Oh, he's mad now.
Excuse me.
It is your turn, Burberry.
Burberry's like, man, I thought I invaded that. I have nothing on John.
That insults its teeth.
Yes, you could say that it just entered a rage.
How far away is this thing after my 30 feet of movement?
After another 30 feet. Let's see here. That's 1, 2, 20, 30. So, from where it's standing, it is 20 feet up and like 30 feet horizontally from you. So probably like a good like 36 feet away from you in a straight line. With another 30 feet of movement, that probably climbs closer to like 70 feet from you total.
It's gonna dash.
Okay, so good 100 feet clear of this thing, just fucking hauling ass into the woods.
I mean, it seems like a wise decision.
Yeah.
I am a wee lad, and that thing has very big teeth.
Yeah, is not happy.
At least that's what the dead divots in my shoulders say, asshole!
Cool. So, at the end of your turn, it is going to change shape again. Whereas it was previously in the shape of this like proper looking woman with like long spindly like spider legs and a long twisting neck. That shape begins to give way as the darkness begins to sort of spread over its body again, and the body just begins to grow and grow and grow until it is almost like 30 feet tall, standing on top of the ship, eyes bulging, and it lets out another guttural howl. I will need all three of you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Lauren, I think I stole your rolls. I got another net 20.
Oh shit.
18 total for Noelle.
Okay. And Noelle, you are currently protected from good and evil, so you are not frightened.
Okay.
I used my inspiration.
Okay.
Because at first I rolled a 6.
And was John even in range of this?
So
yeah.
Okay.
I rolled again with my advantage, and I got 17 plus 2, so 19.
Yeah, 19 will save too.
Thank God I had inspiration.
Good job. Again, none of you are frightened, to its immense frustration. And that'll take us to the bottom of the order with Brynbor and Hidkey. Brynbor, I think is going to try and help you, Barnaby. He's not very good at this, but he's going to try. That is a 13, I believe, to hit. Yes. And that will hit. So this creature will take a whopping D6. An arrow passes through it, tearing another hole in its sort of ethereal fabric of its body. Still not quite dead. But it floats there, sadly, next to you. Hidkey is just plowing forward. Ooh, actually. Yeah. Hidkey is very low on hit points at the moment. And just standing in this thing's presence, taking that extra 5 damage, she is actually going to hit 0 and fall unconscious. So that sucks. I believe that starts at the beginning of her turn, and then at the end of her turn, she rolls the death save. Holy shit. Okay. She wakes up with 1 hit point.
Wow.
Hey.
She hits the ground and is like, excuse me.
This is an act one aside.
Clawing her way back to her feet.
Wait, don't you roll death saves at the beginning of a turn?
Is it the beginning or the end?
Pretty sure it's at the beginning.
Because then you get your turn if you roll a nat 20.
Death saving throws. How do you do it? Each of your turns starts at 0 hit points. You roll a 20-sided. Okay. Well, she's unconscious then. There's no saving throw yet. So, that's less fortunate.
Can you save that for her saving throw? Because she did technically roll it for that.
She did. So, if she's still alive in a turn, that will take us to the creature. And Hidkey now on the ground, it is going to turn its gaze to you, Aloran. I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
What race did you say Hidkey was again?
She is an orc.
Do they have resistant or the resilient, indomitable thingy?
They do not.
Oh, that's weird. Okay. And here, that's where I thought half-orcs got it from.
Nope, that's a half-orc special. She has aggressive, which lets her move towards other creatures as a bonus action.
Interesting.
Cool.
I have learned things about orcs today.
Yeah. Half-orcs have that chip on their shoulder, so they're really, really determined not to die. They got stuff to prove. But yeah, Aloran, what was your Constitution save?
Oh, sorry. I was freezing. I had to go find my slippers and check.
Oh, sorry.
There you go. It's an 18.
18 is a success.
Finally.
Good job. So, you're only going to take half of the damage rolled, which will come out to... So it would have been 30. You will only take 15 necrotic damage.
Jeez. Wait, doesn't it get... I thought necrotic damage was the... Okay. Never mind.
No, so protection from good and evil gives you advantage on saving throws. Or not advantage, it gives you protection from their attacks and immunity to being frightened or charmed or possessed. But he's not making attacks, he's forcing saving throws.
Okay.
So, you succeeded, so that is half damage, so that is only 15. And that will take us to the top of the order. where the creature following you, Noel, John, Burberry, is going to lunge towards John. John has...
How do you lunge towards me? Was I like 80 feet away?
You are.
But you insulted it.
You insulted it, and it does have a dash action, so he is going to catch up.
Jesus fuck.
Just all fours, just galloping through the trees, like barreling past Noel, totally ignoring you, just booking it for John.
I did piss it off, but I still respected that it was a scary thing.
So that will be the end of its turn, catching up to you, John. As it does that, the two eyeballs, which you guys have not had eyes on since you closed the hatch, will rise up over the back of the helm into sight, where it can see all of you. But how far does that spell reach? That one doesn't. This might be the only one that actually does work. So, yeah, okay. So, Noel, you are, I think, the furthest back.
Yeah, also you're getting muffled.
Sorry, you're the furthest one back, so you are still technically in range. I need you to make another wisdom... Or no, this is an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, goody. That's a 9.
It's a 9? Okay, that is a failure. So, as you are sort of running and taking cover from it, in front of you, you see a pair of eyes suddenly light up in a nearby tree, and you watch as sort of the form of this creature begins to sort of peel itself out of the bark, this crackling, breaking sound, and draw close to you, fangs bared. And let's see here. Yeah, okay. So you are going to take 3 psychic damage as this thing lunges at you, claws out, and takes a big swing.
Ow.
So, that is that one's casting. The second eye is going to cast another spell, and you'll watch as this large bubble of darkness sort of expands outward from the eye and envelops the entire top side of that helm. There's just this giant black orb completely obscuring their view. So, Noel, it is your turn. You are currently standing right in front of a second version of this dark creature.
Can I ask a weird question?
Yeah.
So I know whenever the orb gets pulled out, it dispels darkness spells, but does it still work if this...
I think it's if the light
orb
comes into
already
contact
been
with
lit?
the darkness.
Correct. And it is technically still on in your pocket.
That was the reason I was asking. Like, I wonder if it would still work.
I mean, if I used my object interaction to take it out, I could try, but...
You could. It's a freebie.
Let's see. Yeah, sure. I'll try the freebie first. I'll just take out my daylight globe and just see if it has any effect on the darkness bubble.
Okay. And daylight has a range of 60 feet.
Yeah.
Immediately, just as the light pours out of the orb, instantaneously, the darkness is just completely like evaporated, like a wisp of smoke. Excuse me. And yeah, you can see the two eyes again. Clearly surprised. They were not ready for that.
This is still a very bad situation. I have things I could try, but how far out is my party members from me?
So Burberry, I think, is another 30 feet ahead of you, if I recall correct. Or no, did Burberry dash? Was it 60 feet? Okay. So Burberry is 60 feet from you. John is like 50 feet from you, I think.
Okay. And I have this monster next to me.
Yeah. And there is a monster right next to John as well.
Right.
So let me grab you guys. Here.
I think I'm just gonna dash and get next to Burberry.
You could get next to Burberry with just your movement.
Oh, I thought they were 60 feet out.
Oh, from you. Yeah, that's right. Okay, fair enough. All right, so you dash up next to Burberry, and you can see, again, like 20 feet ahead of you, there is that second version of the monster, like bearing down on top of John. As you sort of flee from the one that sprang up out of the tree next to you, it will take a second swing at you.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to take 1 psychic damage as it claws at you on your way past. Okay. Yeah, that will be the end of your turn unless you have a bonus action.
I think I'm good.
Okay. So, end of your turn. Legendary action. John, you are about to be hit by an attack, my friend. Does a 20 hit?
Yes.
Okay. So you are going to take some damage.
Oh god.
Get ready. Fuck. Okay, that is going to be 10 piercing damage and 1 psychic damage.
Oh dear god. I'm not okay right now.
This thing takes a big old bite, and it just gives you a big smile. Who's got baby teeth now? And this is blood just caked all around its mouth. So, next in line is Aloran. Okay. You take 5 necrotic damage at the top of your turn.
Wonderful.
And what would you like to do with your turn?
To use a spell slot, to heal myself, does that require action?
I believe that's a bonus action. It should say in your class features.
Okay.
Moondred, circle forms, wild shape, combat wild shape. While transformed, you can bonus action to expend a spell slot to gain a D8 hit points per level of spell slot expended. So yeah.
What was that?
So as a bonus action, expend a spell slot, and you regain 1d8 per spell level of that slot.
Okay. I'm gonna use one of my level 2 spell slots.
Okay, seems decent.
So that is 8.
8. Okay.
This one rolled funny. I'm gonna reroll it. And a 7.
15 hit points back on the bear. Very nice.
Yay!
It's like it never happened.
Oh, that makes me happy. Okay, and I'm gonna attack it.
Cool. Still looking away, so disadvantage, please.
Yep. Okay. 17 plus 5, 23.
That hits.
And a 12 plus 5, 17.
Also hits.
Okay. 8 plus 4 for the first
12.
one.
Okay.
And 3, 2, so 10.
How do you want to do it?
Oh, rip its head off. I rip its freaking head off.
Signature move. Eyes shut tight, your jaws clamp down around this creature's throat, and you just pull. And it's like your mouth fills up with this ashy sand as this thing is just completely obliterated by the force of this motion. And you watch the body collapse, and the head just dissolves into a pile of sand at your feet, kind of just dripping out of your mouth.
Okay. I'll afterwards go to the ocean and rinse my mouth out. And gurgle some seawater. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Sounds good. So, Barnaby, the shadow that lives next to you, flailing his
Just
arms,
one fucking shadow.
continues to flail.
How's it going?
That's a 1. You see it start to cry. That's his turn, Barnaby. He's still swinging. What do you want to do?
I just give him this tired look, and I just quick flip my gun over to him.
Just under the chin.
Finally putting it out of his misery.
Just, if you can hit it, he's dead. Again.
That's 11 plus 9.
He's dead. Just.
I
tried.
Well, did you
You
know
sure did.
you could cast vicious mockery if you miss him enough?
A for effort, pal. A for effort.
And it looks like, yeah, Aloran, Barnaby, you guys are out of combat now. Hidkey is still unconscious on the ground in front of you. You have no idea what's going to happen to her. Could be anything. What do you want to do with the rest of your turn, Barnaby?
Let's see. There's just the one left now, right?
Nope, they're all dead.
Oh, I thought I was looking at the map. I still saw one.
Sorry, I got it. I should probably take them off the map. Everyone is dead over there. You guys are
Right.
safe and in the clear for the time being.
Is that one lady who got bonked? She doing all right?
She is unconscious where Aloran left her. She ran to the ocean to rinse out her mouth.
Yeah, sorry.
Alright.
I kind of forgot she was unconscious.
You got her priorities. I'm going to go help the unconscious one.
All right. So running over. It would be an action to stabilize, so that'll be later. But yeah, you can definitely get on that. Next in the order is John, who just got a big old bite taken out of him.
I would like to make a rules question before I do anything.
Okay.
Is taking a potion an action, a bonus action, or a free action?
An action.
An action. Is handing a potion to someone else an action, a free action, or a bonus action?
Just passing an object, I would call your object interaction. Just a freebie.
Okay. Where is Noelle in relation to me?
Noelle is 20 feet behind you.
Shit.
Honestly, I probably have more health than you at this point.
Okay.
You shouldn't be worried about me.
No, I need you.
Oh.
He wants you to feed it to him.
Yeah, I have potions, bruh.
I don't need your potions. I need a specific potion I have in my inventory.
Oh.
Feed him the potion.
Okay.
Noel.
John would like to rage,
Okay.
look this creature straight in the eyes, and says, "You have baby teeth," and then shove his fist in his mouth.
In the
Okay, you're gonna
creature's
shove.
mouth.
Yes.
Okay.
Reduce enlarge. Is
That
that
makes a
what's
lot more
happening?
sense.
And then I'm going to take the potion of enlargement out with my other hand, and in a passing motion towards Noel.
Okay. So are you handing off the potion of enlargement?
I'm making a motion to hand it to her when it's her turn.
Okay. And your hand is in this creature's mouth.
Yes, it is, trying to grasp its uvula.
I will
if
warn
it
you,
exists.
the creature has a turn before I do.
Yeah,
I'm
he's got legendary
raging.
actions.
I'm raging, and I'm hoping that this counts as a grapple check.
If you want to call it a grapple check, yeah, we can do that.
I would like to count it as a grapple check.
Okay, so that'll be an athletics check versus his athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, that would be...
Your old dog shit, as my creature typically
That'd be a
do.
25.
25. And he got 11. So you have his uvula. Congratulations.
And I have him grappled, which means he's incapacitated.
His speed is 0. That is what grappling does.
Okay, and then I still want, like, can I toss the potion to him, or do I have to just hold on to it?
You
I don't know
could
what
toss the potion to Noel if you want to try that. That's an option.
20 feet away.
I'm pretty
You
dexterous.
think I can make it? Okay, I'm gonna...
There's a chance I miss.
Wait, is the
but-
dexterity on her side or my side?
Yeah, what would this check be?
I'd say you're close enough that you don't really need to roll to hit. I would say Noel just needs to roll to catch. So we'll just do a basic dexterity check.
I will toss it to Noel then, as lightly and carefully as possible.
Okie dokie.
Just don't whiff it.
That's we're good. We're good. It's like a 20.
Okay, cool.
I
Yeah.
rolled a 60.
So John whips a potion at Noel. Noel reaches up a hand, snatches it out of the air. Is that the end of your turn, John?
Yes, it is.
Cool. As a legendary action, this creature is going to get a big smile as you grab hold of its uvula. You watch the eyes kind of like bug out of the head as the smile peels further and further back, pulling the gums with it and elongating the teeth into these like fucking foot-long pincers, and it just clamps down on your arm.
I was prepared for this.
Does a 16
Great.
hit?
It just meets it.
Fuck yeah, boy. All right. That's less terrible. So that's going to be 11 piercing damage and 2 psychic damage.
Have done the piercing damage.
So 5 piercing, 2 psychic.
I'm not dead.
It's a miracle. Holy cow, John! You are hanging on by a fucking thread.
That was why I raged, because I swore I was like, if I rage, I might make this.
So this thing is just clamped down on your arm. I forgot to do it last turn, but I do need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Also, John's gonna say when he clamps down, like I said, baby teeth.
Wisdom save.
That is a 15.
15 does not meet it, my guy.
Jesus.
Ow.
You are frightened until the end of your next turn.
Does that even
What?
make sense since I'm actively shoving my fist down his throat?
What, that you're scared? Yes, it should.
Doesn't fear make me like want to run away?
Fear means that you can't get closer to it than you already are, and that you cannot.
How can I get closer?
You attack with disadvantage against it.
Okay.
So you start talking more shit, but you kind of like stutter a little bit, baby teeth, and you just hear this thing through its gritted teeth, baby teeth, and start kind of like gritting his teeth.
Sorry, Clark loses more characters this way.
Burberry, it's your turn.
Honestly, when I started this, I was prepared for John to go forward being one arm from left.
Sorry, what?
It's your turn, Burberry.
Oh, okay.
So, 20 feet back, John just whipped something over the back of this creature, and then you hear him and the creature like talking shit to each other. There was a spray of blood, but you're not quite sure. Like, you can't really get a good angle from where you're standing. 5 feet to the right, though, you can see John's got his hand like fucking elbow deep in this thing's mouth.
I'm not liking this. Hold on. Just checking something. Okay. I will, I'm gonna go touch John.
All right.
Touching.
Running up to John, touching John. Let me double check this thing's reach. Okay.
Am I in reach if I touch John?
I will say, from where you're standing, so you're 20 feet from John. I'll say as you get close to this thing, you watch like a second mouth sort of grow out of the back and like snap at you. So you give it a wider berth as you kind of circle around to get to John. You have just enough movement to get to him and stay out of range. But this thing clearly has the capacity to like fucking reach out and bite people. So yeah, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go ahead and double check something real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and do some cure wounds.
Okay.
On him.
Thank you.
John, prepare to be cure wounded.
All I ask is that I get through to Noel enlarging me. That's all I ask.
We'll see.
I mean, that increases your damage. It doesn't help your health pool.
Yeah, I know, but imagine fist inside mouth expanding.
No, just okay, so that's 8 plus. Sorry, I'm switching between things because I remember something, but that might be before we did the small rework, and I'm. Okay, so that's 9.
9 hit points.
Yeah.
All right, John, you regain 9 hit points.
Oh dear Christ.
All right. Is that everything on your turn, Burberry?
Let me check something real quick. Because there's that. I will also channel Divinity Favor of the Gods to give him an extra 8 hit points.
Okay.
Oh, I get another 8 hit points?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Actually, I'm almost back to the health I was at before you bit me.
That helps. And that is your turn, Burberry? All right. Final legendary action. He grinds his teeth. All right. So that is a 24 to hit.
Got it.
So 10 piercing damage and 3 psychic damage for 8 total.
Hey.
And there goes the channel divinity.
The channel divinity.
Yay!
So, end of the order. Bernborn and Hidki will take their turns. Hidki rolled her fucking 20. She'll fucking come to right in front of you, Barnaby, as Bernborn kind of runs up behind you. Is she okay? Is she okay? I'm fine. She fucking gets up. Again, you guys are currently in the clear. John, the big boy who has your hand in his mouth, will take his turn at the top of the order. You...
I'm still grappling him.
You watch as the face shifts from the sort of like jet black bulging eyes again into the kind of haggard old woman, and you can watch as she opens her mouth again to take another bite of you, all like along the teeth, like hanging in the jowls. You just see all these tiny little arms and legs sticking out, just blood just dripping from every angle, but she is just going to attack. Oh, god damn it. Oh my god.
We love to hear it.
We do.
Does a 14 hit?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, man, that was a 2 and a 5. So this thing is like now like trying to fucking bite your arm, and you were just like pulling back, like stretching the uvula, like keeping hold and just out of reach of the teeth as it's just clapping its jaws, desperately trying to get a hold of you. That will take us to the 2 little eyeballs floating way fucking behind. They will advance up to their movement, which is not a lot. But Noelle is now 60 feet out from the ship, which means they will get within 30 feet of her. So we're going to make 2 more wisdom saving throws. Or no, 1 more wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Shit.
Or no, excuse me, intelligence.
Oh, well.
Same spell.
2.
2. Okay. Again, you see this shape of this creature, like kind of like emerging from the ground next to you and like clamping down on your ankle. 3 psychic damage.
Ouch.
And it is your turn as another globe of darkness appears around the 2 eyeballs behind you.
Take out my daylight.
All right, they're looking kind of pissy about that now. The like little angry eyebrows over them. Stop it.
I run over. I'll try and do the same thing Burberry did and take a wide arc just to avoid any nomming.
Okay, so circling around. So you get to John.
As requested. Pop it in his mouth.
All right. John, you are subjected to the effects of enlargement as your body grows, doubling in height, and I believe quadrupling in mass. You now deal an extra d4 when you hit.
He was only thick with 2
Okay.
C's. Now he's thick with
And
4.
What happens to the body with my fist inside of it?
The shapeshifter, whose uvula you are currently gripping, balloons up around your fist, and it's like straining against the skin. It's like having like one of those like rubber chickens like wrapped around your hand. Like you can still see the shape of your hand underneath this thing, but it's still this like bug-eyed, crazy-looking old lady with these sharp, nasty teeth, who is now just like unable to fully work the jaw and is just like kind of drooling ineffectually.
Can I? Oh, it's not my turn, right? Sorry.
Not yet.
Do we recognize this hag thing that it keeps turning into, or no?
Not especially. I will say, John, it maybe does kind of remind you of a passing comment that you were very rapidly shushed for back in Feral, regarding a certain orphanage and an old lady potentially hearing about it. But that is the end of your turn, Noel.
Nope. Bonus action healing word, John.
Okay. John gets another something hit points.
Maximum. That's 9.
9 hit points.
Sweet.
20,
What's a
John.
20 HP?
Sick.
Back where I started at the beginning of the day.
Woo. Cool. As a legendary action, this thing is going to try and bite your hand. The teeth are like kind of like crawling like fingers along your wrist.
And can they even get through my skin at this point?
It doesn't affect your AC. That is a 20.
Ouch.
The dice are responding to the spell. You take 4 piercing damage and 3 psychic damage.
Which is
So
half. So
5 total.
Okay.
Terrible damage. All right, John. What are you doing?
Okay. I want to look around really quick. Is there anything exceedingly hard or pointy that I could find in the general area?
There's lots of trees.
Don't you have the glaive?
With their bare twisting branches. And the glaive you took from the ship.
And you have the glaive. I'm confused as to what would happen if I tried to, like, stab it while it's on my fist, though.
You can stab the body.
Is the body not wrapped around my fist at this point? Or
You're not that big. You are now about the same size as the creature.
I
Yeah.
thought it was 16 feet at this point.
He's tall. You are also tall.
Okay. Well, since I've got this thing in my grasp, and if I attack it, then don't I attack at advantage?
No, grappling does not give you advantage. You can knock it prone with a shove and get advantage.
Although you have disadvantage, so it would just be a normal attack, but...
Yeah, you are currently frightened.
Mm.
Speaking of which... As he just kind of sucks on your fist, you watch as the eyes kind of begin to glisten with glee.
It's like a pacifier.
Yes.
Let's see. I'm really confused on what I'm going to do now. I thought he was smaller and thought me enlarging was going to, like, rip him in half. Guess that didn't happen.
No, this has been a big boy this whole time.
I didn't realize that. Okay. Can I... There's no way for me to knock him prone without me going prone as well, or not?
No, you can take a shove. You can take a shove action, which is the same as a grapple check. And if you succeed, he goes prone.
Okay, and I wouldn't go prone, and I'd still have hold of his uva?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that then.
All right. He's probably failing. That is 12.
What's the check?
Athletics check for you.
Yeah, that's a 23.
Yeah. So you just like kind of punch into the back of the neck and like force this thing backwards onto the ground, onto its back, and you're just like holding it down, hand in its mouth, and it is now prone beneath you, pinned, unable to stand up while you maintain the grapple. Would you like to make another attack as part of your attack action, since this is technically a special attack?
I have special. I also have extra attack. So
yeah.
Yeah, I would like to stab it with a glaive, I guess.
You do have advantage now, or I guess now it's neutralized.
I have a normal
so
attack.
it's a regular attack.
So it'd be 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay.
Give me some damage.
I'm doing normal glaive damage. Plus rage, so that'd be 1d10
plus a d4
plus 6.
for enlarge.
Oh, okay, so that's 1d10 plus 10. Yeah. So that's 16 damage.
Nice. So you stab him in his side, and yeah, there's a this sort of hiccup and like grumble from underneath you. First damage he's taken all fight. Doesn't look like he loves it.
I have a feeling he's about to take more damage.
Potentially. Do you have any bonus actions in your turn, or is that it?
Do I have any bonus actions I can actually take? I don't know that I have bonus actions I can take.
All right. As a legendary action, he is going to continue chewing on your hand. He has disadvantage since he's prone. And that's not going to hit. Yeah. Cool. He's starting to look frustrated. Burberry, it's your turn.
Oh.
What do you want to do?
I have this 1. Well, no, wait, no, I use that. Well, I guess we're going to be doing some Sacred Flame on the back of this thing after we back up a little bit.
Okay.
Because, now,
I believe he will have disadvantage on this because he's prone 'cause the dex save? Or am I mistaken? I am mistaken. He does not get affected by grappling or prone. Okay. So, dex save. Does a 15 pass?
barely.
I didn't catch that. What was that?
Yes, barely.
Barely. Hey, he doesn't take damage. Cool. So, unfazed. Anything else on your turn?
I'll stand between Noelle and the eyeball things. That seems good.
Okay, fair. The eyeballs are still a good distance back. So, top of the order, the creature. Currently, not restrained, but grappled, prone on the ground under John, looking irritated as all hell. It is going to... It is going to begin kind of like convulsing, just around your fist, John. And you watch as a second smaller mouth opens up in the throat of this haggard old lady and disgorges another eyeball. And as this eyeball appears, it is going to brush up against you, John. And I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Non-natural 20.
Son of a bitch. Okay.
I've been rolling pretty good tonight.
You feel the presence of magic. You're not sure what's about to happen, but you just maintain your grip on this thing, holding it down. And the eye seems perplexed. The other two are slowly gaining. 30 feet from you guys. They... Excuse me. Okay, John, I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, God.
That's my reaction.
That was... Oh, God. 12.
12 will fail. And you will see suddenly the creature's chest kind of opens up, and from like the flesh inside, amidst like all of these like pulsating, like gory, bloody organs, this fucking spear juts up towards you. And you are going to take 2 psychic damage.
Okay.
The third eye is going to try something else and cast another spell. Wisdom save, please, on John.
These things are suddenly starting to focus, huh? And
yeah,
that would be a 21.
This is a... God damn it. Okay, John, another force of magic attempts to take hold of you, and it again fails.
I don't know why I'm rolling so good on my wisdom saves.
Noelle,
Mm-hmm.
it is your turn.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking up a spell. Let's see. Jesus Jesus. I guess I'm going to... 5, 10... Damn. Where's the third moat on the map right now?
Oh, right next to the creature.
Okay. I'm going to... I'm going to try and cast Hypnotic Pattern on the 2 moats away from us.
Okay, yeah. They need to make wisdom saves.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a... Okay, so 4, which obviously fails, and a 13, which I'm pretty sure fails too.
Yep, spell save DC 16.
Okay. They are hypnotic patterned.
Okay.
As the eyes go glassy and just sort of hover there.
It's really trippy looking. Whenever an eye going glassy when it's just an eye.
And then, that's an action, so I'll, I guess I'll give John a Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
So you have a D8 for any attack or saving throw you want, John. Or ability
Does
check.
John get to make saving throws against being frightened at the end of his turn?
It is at the end of his turn. So he is not frightened any longer.
Okay. That's all I can do.
Okay. At the end of your turn, Noel, the creature is going to attempt to attack you, John. That is a 14 to hit.
Does not.
Cool. John, what are you doing?
I'm a stabbed bitch.
Okay, roll to hit. You have advantage.
Ooh, natural 20. Yes.
Nice.
Ooh.
Ah, that's such a good hit. So with my savage attacks, I get to roll 2d20.
Mm-hmm.
And then is there anything else, or is it just that?
It would be just that.
Okay, so 2d20 plus 10.
No, D10.
Or,
D10,
sorry,
not 20s.
2d10
Not 20s.
plus 10.
It's like, slow down, hold up.
Sorry,
Seems good.
misspoke. Wow, that was really good roll.
Okay.
That's 25 damage.
Oof. So
And then I
another
attack
shank
again.
to the gut.
And then I get to attack again with my extra attack.
Yep, one more.
That is a... Oh, wait, do I still have advantage?
Yeah, because he's prone beneath you.
So that's 15 plus 7, so 22?
Good damage.
To hit? No,
So
that's the
That's
hit.
to hit.
Oh, to hit, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, that'll hit for sure.
So that's 18 damage.
Okay. Still good. This thing, it's like choking on your hand and being stabbed in the stomach at the same time. Not pleasant. It's going to, again, attempt to bite your hand. We're targeting this fucking dice. Okay. That's a failure. Burberry, it's your turn.
Yay! Let's do more of that sacred flame.
All right.
But I'm gonna sacred flame the eyeball
Okay.
thingy that just came out of her mouth.
Okay.
So 18. Oh wait, no wait, it's a dex save.
It's a dex save, yeah. So
I'm
21,
sorry,
I believe, passes.
Yeah, maybe just a little.
Yeah, sorry. One more attempt to fucking bite you, John, because it's ridiculous. Okay. Does a 22 hit?
Yes, it does.
Finally. Oh, I'm so done. He's done too. 3 piercing damage, 4 psychic damage.
So that's
5
two,
damage.
Is that 1 for the piercing or 2 for the piercing?
Oh, no, you're right. That's 4 total.
Okay. I wasn't sure, so 4 total damage?
No, it was 4 psychic. Excuse me. It's 5 damage total. For
Yes,
you. You take
health
5.
then?
You take 5.
Okay.
Okay, so that brings us back to the top of the order. This creature is looking pretty fucking fed up with all this. You watch as the skin in your hands begins to bubble and steam, and the flesh around your fist begins to drip down around your arm and into the ground. And you watch as the eyes, these bright gleaming orbs, just sort of like slough down, sliding down the side of the face into the ground, until this thing is just kind of this big pile of ooze. Your hand is now kind of coated in this shit. And you watch as it begins to sort of seep into the dirt. You can hear this thing's voice. You can go. I'm tired of this. We'll just have to make do with what we have. And before long, all that is left underneath you is a giant black, vaguely humanoid stain in the dirt. And the 3 eyes around you sort of fade with a slight breeze, kind of evaporating into smoke.
I guess in the end, we did annoy it into leaving. Good job, John.
Yep, all I had to do was shove my fist down his throat and insult his teeth.
He loved it.
I say we take his advice and try and book it for the shore.
Cool.
Yeah, because as long as we can follow and the ocean doesn't disappear, we know we haven't entered the netherworld again.
Yes.
This is true. So, I very badly need to use the bathroom, so we're going to take a break here. Yeah, and be back
Go with that.
in about 5.
Okie dokie.
Alrighty.
All right, we're back. We may proceed whenever.
Cool. So, picking up in the wake of these two battles, Lauren, Barnaby, you two and Brynbor are still in relatively decent shape. Hidkey went completely down and has, by the skin of her teeth and a nat 20, managed to stand up, shaky but alive. With Noelle, John, and Burberry, you guys are sort of left on this makeshift trail you were blazing, standing around this stained patch of earth where this thing disintegrated essentially in your hands. What's everybody doing?
Oh, we're definitely back in that territory now.
I am going to drop Wild Shape and cast Healing Spirit.
Okay.
And then I think I can't remember how many charges it has, because I need healings. And
Healing Spirits can heal 1 times your spellcasting ability modifier number of times. And it's a d6 each time.
What's the spellcasting modifier?
What is your wisdom modifier?
Plus 3.
Plus 3. So it can heal 4 times. 1d6 each time.
Okay. So I'm just going to do halvesies with the orc lady.
Okay.
So she'll get 2d6 and I'll get 2d6. Because
Sounds good.
I only have 10 hit points left.
Ooh.
Okay, so orc lady gets 5 healing total. I get 3. So
Oh, lovely.
that helped so much. Loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Okay. So she's doing okay.
I'll just tell everybody I think we should just like take a short rest because I don't have any wild shapes now. So
I would not say no to a breather.
Yeah.
Headkey will prop herself up on her axe. That was ugly.
Yeah, that like was... one-shotted by one of my shapes. That was bad.
You look like you could use some help, and now I feel like I could use a lot of help.
Yep, that's great.
She'll kind of look back at Brynbor. Just be like, that was interesting what you cast earlier. It's like, yeah, well, I mean, everyone keeps saying these things are like, you know, all about that fear thing. You know, I figured, you know, bolstering might help. Just like, thank you. He'll just kind of sheepishly be like, yeah, no problem. So, resting, yeah, I'm down. I don't know that here's a great spot, but I'm down to find one. So,
can I use survival and try to find a good spot for us to?
Yeah, sure.
Lay low. Survival is a +6. So that's an 18.
18. Okay. With an 18, I will say you recall this stretch of beach, and you do remember that not too far from here, maybe 10 minutes up the beach, there is a pretty decent, like, rocky, kind of makeshift cavern, almost like in like a cliffside that's sort of fallen into debris. You didn't have any need for it when you were passing this area last time you were here, but it occurs to you this might be a good spot to, you know, hide and catch your breaths. So, leading the party about 10 minutes forward down the beach, you reach that rocky slope and clamber your guys' way up to this somewhat cramped, but very out of the way, hard to see little cave. And just kind of throw down your packs and kick back for a moment. Catch your breaths.
Can I use hit dice right now?
You may, as soon as we confirm that your rest is uninterrupted.
Okay.
If you want to give me a perception check to keep watch.
Yup. 17.
17. Okay. Kind of seated at the entrance to this cave, keeping an eye on the coast, straining your ears for any sound of movement around you. Your watch will pass without incident, and you will complete your long rest. Hitkey is going to use every one of her hit dice.
I
fucking needs it.
am gonna use 2 or 3. Can I see how much I roll with the 2 of them first?
You can roll until you want to stop.
Okay, cool. Okay. 2. I might be using all of my hit dice. Oh, that was perfect. That was max. Okay, I'll stop there. Yeah, so I have 1 hit dice remaining.
Feeling okay with it?
Much better.
Renvor will definitely use a hit dice, and I'm sure he's going to be fine. Oh, he might have used 2, excuse me. Alright. Good enough. Cool.
Yeah, so I'm just going to vibe. I got my wild shapes. I'm almost full health again. I'm good.
So, your group takes the hour to
I got all my
rest.
stuff back.
John, Burberry, and Noel, what are you guys doing?
I would like to book it towards the shore, fast as we can.
Just book it. Fuck.
Ride out the nice hour of daylight we have in the drift globe.
Although, there's one other thing I want to do along the way.
Okay.
I want to make sure that we mark our path. So that if somehow we get there and we end up not at the ocean, we can retrace our path.
Okay. Also, give me a survival check.
To mark my path?
Yes.
With advantage.
How well do you mark your path?
With advantage, you said?
Yes, I'll assist in this matter.
That's good, because my first roll is a nat 1.
Ha! You mark all the wrong trees and get horribly lost, idiot.
My second roll, however, was a 13 plus 5, so 18.
18's better. Okay, John, you got some practice hunting, wayfinding in the forests. You definitely are careful in the placement of your marks, being sure to place them in auspicious places. You're sure your eye will catch them over, prominent rocks and on significantly twisted, gnarly, impressive-looking trees. And over the course of this next hour, you guys ride out the remainder of the light from the sunset and the shining light of the drift globe before finally that light winks out, and you are all left standing in the growing dark of night.
I'll turn on normal light mode.
Fair enough.
Does anyone have any torches?
You do have...
I believe I
think
do, but I don't like using them much.
I feel like we should try and stay out of the darkness here.
Just fair.
I have a navigator's kit.
Which is handy. with the light held aloft, continuing on your way, over the next hour, again, the sky overhead grows ever darker, but you press onwards. By this point, you guys have kind of hit pretty level ground. It's was only maybe like the last hour that was really kind of over rocky slopes, kind of through the trees. Now you're just kind of in this level forested area, making your way ever westward. Excuse me. And I would say by the end of that next hour, you guys hit a point in the forest where the trees begin to spread out. The canopy starts to open up, and very faintly overhead, you can see, despite pretty thorough cloud cover, there are gaps overhead where stars are visible. So far, you still seem to be back on the material plane.
For what it's worth, if Burberry did have torches, or if John did, I would like to have each of us have some kind of light source, just in case.
I have 7 of them.
Okay. Yeah, I'll light up a couple torches for each of us to hold.
Everybody's got a light. Everybody's marching onwards.
And we're just going to keep going until we get to the shore, I think.
So, say roughly 3 hours after your encounter with this creature, you guys sort of fully emerge from the tree cover, and you find yourselves standing on sort of this rocky terrain, still relatively level, but up ahead, not terribly far away, maybe less than half a mile. You can see where the landscape sort of drops off, and very distantly you can hear the crashing of waves against the shore.
Thank the gods.
Once.
So, in that 2-hour span, Aloran, Barnaby, I assume you guys, after your long rest, will kind of stand up and resume your trek southward.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, you are treading familiar terrain, but that's a good thing. Nothing's changing underfoot or before your very eyes. The island is yet to morph on you in a way that would indicate you had traipsed in the wrong direction. And hour after hour, you guys make steady progress forward. Having hit the coast, Noel, Burberry, John, what is the plan of action here?
Noel, do you have the ability to send message to Lauren?
I had to use my last spell on the creature.
Okay.
Didn't she say what direction she went in whenever she messaged us last?
Yes, I did. I said go north and stay out of the forest.
Yeah. Well,
I'd say we should do that.
Yeah, I think we should just keep moving.
Okay.
I personally think we should get on the beach, directly next to the ocean, and then take
as
it
close to the ocean as possible.
Sure, yeah. I mean, 10-minute walk to the coast, right up on it. And you are in sort of a rocky, precipitous area. If you want to climb down, next to the water, you can. But the shore is all these old, worn, black boulders and rocks. It's not the easiest traversal if you want to stay right next to the water. Standing kind of further inland.
Can I see if I look down?
It's a little more level.
Is there moonlight?
North or south?
Let's start there.
The moon is not visible, but there is a little bit of starlight.
Okay, I mean, can I see, does this turn back into a beach at any point in the near future, or is it just a rocky cliff face that we're going to be running along?
For the foreseeable future, in the dark, it looks to be pretty rocky.
Okay. Let's just stay on the cliff face then, and let's not go climb down, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So, how long are we hoping to march here? What is the thinking? Because I will say, at this hour, after everyone's been walking for 3 hours, right? Barnaby and Aloran, it did take you a couple of hours to reach Fool's End before you left. So it'll be 3 more hours of walking before you need to start making con saves. For Noelle and the others, you guys will have 5 hours of walking before con saves.
I definitely think we should do by the 3-hour mark, or is it going to be like sunrise?
Yeah,
No,
it'll
be midnight.
What time is it for us, our group?
Both of your groups are roughly synced up at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so after the long rest, they would have walked for a couple more hours. You guys are now just hitting the coast. So 3 hours in, you guys are now both on the coast.
Okay,
heading
so
north and south.
Yeah, how long before sunrise would we guess?
Well, the sun set an hour after you fought that creature, so it's probably only like 8 or 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So I look over at Noah, like, do you want to make like a giant bonfire on the beach once we find a beach?
Potentially.
Just take a break.
I think we should just keep walking until we can't walk anymore.
That's where Aloran's at, is that we just keep walking until sunrise.
I mean, yes, I do agree.
I'm worried that there are other creatures.
There probably are. But we haven't really done much walking in the last couple of days, so.
Yeah, you guys have a decent amount of energy to spare today, if you want to.
That's not. I'm not worried about like that. I'm worried about health.
Yeah.
As well as other creatures attacking when we're very low in health.
You can take a short rest.
Actually, that's true.
Should we take a short rest?
Okay.
Yeah, as long as we keep a decent amount of light around us, I think we'll probably be okay. Sure, we can short rest, yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and set a watch. Who's keeping watch on this one?
I'll take first one.
It's only an hour for a short rest, so.
No, I'll take it then.
All right.
Jonathan,
a perception check, Burberry.
Oh, that's about quite as good as I expected it to. 7. I literally would have done better if I wasn't only passively paying attention.
Well,
alas. Burberry, it's been a long fucking day, and you have been just beating your head against this extremely technical problem for hours upon hours. You're kind of fried.
I sold the book for that thing.
Yeah, nobody could blame you.
No, I'm actually asking, do we have the book for that thing? Did we keep that?
Keep
I did,
what?
yeah, I have it in my inventory.
Yay!
Oh, the tool?
No, the book.
No, the book.
Oh,
Although
book.
I assume we kept the tool as well.
I would have assumed you kept that, yeah. Thankfully, Burberry, your watch passes without incident. Yeah.
The gods are merciful.
The dice are merciful. I would absolutely throw a fucking whatever at you if it came up on the encounter table.
Shut up, Pilatus!
So, an hour later, you guys will have completed the short rests, get some abilities back, roll some hit dice.
I rolled all of
continue
them.
on your way.
I rolled all of them as well.
Okay.
And yeah, we'll just start heading north for the next 4 or 5 hours and start seeing what we see.
So, after 2 more hours then, 2 hours out of that short rest, so Aloran and Barnaby will hit their 8-hour limit for pleasant walking, and I'll need you to start rolling con saves for any more hours of walking.
Are you okay with that, Barnaby?
Keep going.
Okay, yeah. I think we should go until daylight and sleep during daylight.
Okay. So give me a Constitution saving throw, both of you, please.
17.
Okay.
$11. Not the greatest.
Technically a
All a bit
success.
low.
You're still okay. So, 1 additional hour of trekking later, still feeling the need to push on. We'll need a second Constitution saving throw from both of you.
Ooh, nat 20.
Very nice. David?
Let's see. I can switch tabs real quick again. 17.
17?
Yes.
Okay. That is another success. Bup.
So how many hours do we have to until sunrise?
You guys have a harder time than we do.
Yeah, at this point, it would be about midnight, I believe.
What time does the sunrise?
Give or take. Like 6.
Great. All right, Barnaby.
Y'all are like nearing the end of the year, so sunrise is kind of coming a little later.
Are their teammates doing okay? Con save wise?
Yeah, they don't have to roll right now because they haven't been walking.
Oh, right. They're in a different.
They've been sitting at that tower just keeping an eye out.
That's
while Barnaby and Aloran were running around town. It's like you walked into town, you walked back to Fool's End, and now you're like hiking south, just like.
What if I turn into a wild? Oh, I can use my wild shape and turn into a mouse and go on one of their shoulders.
Just so you don't have to walk.
Yeah. Do I have to make a con save still? Take a little
It was
nap on
nice.
You don't, no.
No, when I get my first one, that's when I'll probably do that. I'll just keep going. That's fine.
Okay. So, that was hour 2, correct?
Yeah.
I think so.
Hour 3. Con saves.
I feel like you should just start
16.
tracking it by time rather than how many hours it has been.
So that was a 6.
Okay, 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Although I
6?
see why you were doing
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so Chani will take 1 point of exhaustion.
What does 1 point of exhaustion do?
You currently have disadvantage on all attacks and ability checks.
Wonderful. Okay.
Or no, just ability checks, not attacks.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So yeah, Barnaby, what was your save or check?
16.
16. Cool. Good.
Yep.
2 a.m. Hour 5? No, 4. No, I guess it is 1 a.m. now. Excuse me.
Unnatural 20.
Okay, you're good. Barnaby?
14. Not the best.
Technically meets it.
I'll take
Hour 5. Now it's 2 a.m. And this is the point at the end of this hour, Noelle and company, anyone who presses on past this will start making checks as well.
Do we want to keep going? Are we at a beach yet, or are we still on the rocky terrain?
You've been walking for 5 hours. Still rocky. I will say up ahead, you can see that there is like a ridge of the mountains that kind of like extends down almost all the way to the coast. It's almost kind of like a corner of the island kind of coming up. You'll probably reach that within the next hour.
I say we keep going.
It's what time for us? 2 a.m.?
Yeah. So going to 3 a.m. would be a con check.
I think if we can... I mean, honestly, not metagaming. My thinking was to get to sunrise as well. So
It's like, fuck this island.
well, it makes more sense to sleep during the day here.
Yeah.
That's true.
I could help bolster someone a little bit with some inspiration if we need to make saving throws.
If it's Constitution saving throws, John's pretty good. He's got +7.
On con, I have a +2.
Are we in character?
So Burberry's got like 1 hour in him.
Honestly, I'm the most likely to fail, but I can't inspire myself, so I can help you, Burberry.
And I'll give you resistance, which gives you a +D4 to a saving throw.
That happens the next minute. I'm gonna say resistance is maybe a little short term for an hour's walk.
Excuse me? Resistance is a cantrip, which means I can cast it all day long.
I just realized I have resistance, so Barnaby, you and me, we got to cast resistance.
Actually, it occurs to me that if we're doing it that way, I probably can't Bardic Inspiration your exhaustion save.
I know it's not meant for that. I'm just trolling really hard.
Yeah,
Oh, you can't
I'm
use it for
gonna
that?
have to say, yeah, no, that's not how that's not gonna work that way.
I mean, technically, they only have to cast it every other minute.
It would be every minute.
All day
Okay.
long! Cantrips, wee!
Yeah, I'll just do the same thing. I'll just keep,
No,
be like, I got this.
no, we're not playing that game.
I think if we are doing this, we are just risking it. But I think we should try.
no 1 minute cantrips for 1 hour checks.
If we can just hold out for 3 hours.
What if I casted it 60 times, 30 times on me, and 30 times on
It's not the
Barnaby?
same. It's not the same. This is an acute application of magical protection. This is not the same as I'm gonna go hiking for an hour after I've been hiking for 8 hours today.
Technically, we were only hiking for 2 hours, and then we were just walking around town.
Okay. It is 2 a.m. You have been walking cross country for 8 hours today. It took you 2 hours to get to town, 2 hours to get back, and you've been walking for another 4.
So technically,
some.
4 hours
Plus
of
some.
hiking.
I think we're breaking plat.
It's been a long fucking day for you too.
Fine.
Regardless of whether we get any benefits for our team, I think we should just keep going until we can't anymore.
Okay. So
We tried.
Unless someone has an objection, I'm fine if we want to stop.
As I said, I actually kind of agree with Plet's ruling, but at that point I was legitimately just trolling.
no, I got that much.
If you get a second level of exhaustion, I'll just start carrying you on at that point.
Sure.
Okay.
So,
Moving into 3
this will
a.m.
be so that was hour 5, correct, for Alora
At
and
2 a.m.
Barnaby?
Yes.
So 3 a.m. will
Yes.
be hour 6 for you two. Your partners are now starting to make saving throws as well, as will the rest of the party.
I failed.
John got an 18.
Cool, good for John.
Burberry also got an 18.
Okay. So Noelle, you have 1 point of exhaustion.
Okay, 1 point is acceptable.
All right. Aloran, what did you get? 16. Okay. Barnaby.
18, 10 plus 7, or 11 plus 7.
Jesus.
Yeah, I had
I got
14
plus 7.
Y'all are really lucking out with these saves, I'm just saying.
Yeah, their DC is pretty high now, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a DC 16. Hour 7, 4 a.m.
Oh god, this is the Lauren's second one.
Everyone rolls.
Yep, that
I
was
succeeded!
you guys. So what happens
John got
with
a
2
20.
points of exhaustion? Oh, sorry.
John got a
Your
25.
speed is halved, Johnny.
All right, someone.
So you might want to go into mouse mode.
Cool.
I got an 18.
Okay. 14. And John, I assume you passed.
25.
25. Yeah. Okay. So Aloran has 2 exhaustion. Noelle has 1. Hour 8.
Oh wait, Lauren.
5 a.m.
Wait. Aloran is going to ask somebody to carry her as a little mouse.
Okay, who are you asking first?
Probably Orc Lady, because I know Barnaby's just as tired as I am.
You just kind of like slowly like fall back in the formation, like behind Barnaby, like over like 5 minutes, just slowing your pace until you like level with her. She's like, "We're still moving."
Barely.
Sunrise should be in another couple hours here.
Yeah. I barely can walk. If I turn into a mouse, can I just like chill on your shoulder?
Give me a persuasion check.
Pretty, please. That's not a great one. It was a 6 plus something. I think it's like a 10.
Don't you have disadvantage on these two?
Oh yeah, it's an ability check.
Okay, to be fair, if she
Laura just falls back. She's like, "Hey, bitch, let me ride on your shoulder."
Okay, that was an 11.
11 total.
Yeah. Yeah, my other one was like
sure. Yeah,
2.
she kind of is just like she like snorts like derisively. She's like, "Come on." She'll just like without even like stopping. She'll just kind of place a hand on your neck and just kind of like start picking you up as you transform and just thump on your shoulder.
And then I'll squeak.
I don't speak mouse. The last guy I knew who spoke mouse died somewhere out here. We're just gonna walk.
Well, I got dark fast.
This is too fun. What do you want?
Lauren will just take a nap.
This is hour 8, I believe. At 5 a.m.
Moving to 5 a.m.
Everybody roll.
I will be back.
Shit. John, carry me. John, I am tired now.
On a 4.
John got a 26.
Okay.
John just picks up Noelle and like piggybacks her.
Burberry got a nat 20. He took like a 5-minute break and then he was fine.
He like jogged to catch up. Let's go. Stay loose. We're cramping, but it's
Noelle's just flopped over John's shoulder.
So Noelle's got 2. Aloran has 2. Nobody else has any. Oof.
You're muted, Johnny.
I said, well, at least our job's easy now, Noel.
Yeah.
We just vibe. On shoulders.
I am sleepy.
Can I say Lauren is snoring in mouse form? So there's just like these like occasional little squeaks.
That's adorable.
He's gonna wake up on someone else's shoulder and be like, wait, how'd I get here?
How long does your wild shape last?
2 hours.
So it's about to end this next roll.
Oh.
That's how Lauren wakes up and transfers back into a mouse.
Son of a bitch.
I think this is
When
last
does
one.
the sun start rising?
He said 6, right?
Yeah, we're moving into... Honestly, we could probably stop now, but yeah, we could move into sunset the next hour.
I'll be right back.
Given that neither of you guys have... Or no, does Berber have exhaustion?
I think only you and Aloran have exhaustion.
Yeah, then we can just keep going.
Well, I don't know about the orc and the other person.
Well, that's their problem. We'll see. I'm just thinking about our group.
I mean, I have no problem. I feel great.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Is everyone here? I know Johnny went to the bathroom.
disappeared.
I'm here.
What's going on?
When she gets back, I'll
The cat's gonna come and be like, guess who's hungry again? Oh, sorry. Guess who's hungry again?
It's me. I'm always hungry.
He's got plenty of beach sailors to munch on. Yeah,
Beach people. Yeah.
Nah, that's
Shipwrecked,
just
that
how
was
the
the word I
hags.
was looking
That's
for.
just how the hags do. Is they eat Scooby snacks and kidnap sailors.
I wonder if he can breathe underwater.
Johnny, you back?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
I know I can't.
So, did some math.
Okay.
Oh.
You guys have been walking for a very long time. It's
Doesn't
not,
sound very mathematical.
It's not even sunrise. But as Noelle, Burberry, and John ford a river and find themselves beginning to encounter kind of soft, sandy beaches in the very dim starlight shining from overhead, there is a series of distant, dark shapes visible on the beach up ahead of you.
Are they dark or are they lit by anything?
Well, they haven't said that they were carrying any torches, so I don't fucking know. Allura and Barnaby, are you carrying torches?
Oh, Lauren's a mouse.
Allura is doing nothing.
Yeah. Lauren definitely
Noelle
does
is
not
also
have
doing nothing, and the drift globe is set to trail.
John has dark vision. Does that make any difference?
I'm just asking if you have a light source.
Wait, if Noelle has a light source trailing behind them?
Yeah. Yeah.
We
Barnaby,
had
you
torches
see-
too.
Yeah. Barnaby, you would definitely see up ahead, very distantly, there is the kind of glimmering light of a pair of torches and one steady white pinprick of light like a star. Kind of
It went out.
the daylight did. It can cast
Yeah,
light
it just
on
goes to
itself.
light mode then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it had a time of efficacy.
The daylight does. But yeah, in the distance, you guys, both parties, begin to see in the dark, under the starlight, distant figures carrying light sources slowly advancing along the beach.
Does anybody in my group say anything to wake up Mouse Lauren, who is napping? Do I hear?
I give
Oh, look.
person next to me a pat on the shoulder. Hey, look, see that?
John
Oh my god.
asks Burberry for her torch and starts making the YMCA dance with the torches.
Barnaby, you see torches in the distance begin gyrating erratically over the water.
Lauren.
Get the gun.
So
So
I feel
can
like Burberry starts by like looking at John confused, like, "Are you that tired?"
I'm jazzercising.
Oh,
Pretty good
no.
chance that's him.
Oh no, the crazy wit John. Oh wait, no, there's what's that?
I guess
Or someone
Lauren
who
will.
really likes to do some exercise with fire. One of the two.
Yeah,
Well,
John,
Lauren
roll
will
not
wake
to
up.
set your head on fire when you make the M shape, please.
If Burberry sees that's about to happen, he's gonna pull Noelle off.
Sure.
Does an 8 work?
There's a tiny little flicker of a third flame that appears in the distance, Barnaby.
John immediately drops both torches and starts batting his head out.
Okay. Two lights fall to the ground. One of them begins flickering on and off before going out completely.
Lauren will jump from mouse into panther form and then sprint to the figures.
You will sluggishly stumble.
World's slowest panther.
Yes. Technically, if
They're
she's
just like
attempting to
walking and they
sprint,
pass you.
She's
Yeah.
like regular speed. She's regular movement.
Yeah. It's like 40 feet or something.
50 feet, yeah.
Yeah, within about 10 to 20 minutes, you guys are within spitting distance of each other. And the party is, for the first time since the shipwreck,
Oh,
reunited.
thank God! I thought I was going to have to cast cantrips again.
I would like to
Well,
attempt to.
howdy, everybody.
Wait, who are you attacking?
I want to attempt to tackle somebody and lick their face.
Oh, please not
to
me.
enjoy.
Please not me.
It's not me. I'm up on John's shoulder.
I'll do wombo combo. I'll do John because then I'll get both Noelle and John.
Let's see if you knock over John, or if John just stands there while your panther climbs on him.
My strength is a +2. All right, let's roll. Okay. Oh, I got a 6. Okay, so you just have a panther.
I got a 24.
Just vibing.
It's like when you see those like lions climbing up the side of the fence, like trying to like hug the people as they walk by. It's like that. It's awkward and stumbly, but it's.
Oh, and I don't have my claws out.
Good call.
I would hope not.
John just looks at it and like a Hylor and starts scratching her.
So you'll get a nice slobbery lick on one cheek, and then Noelle will get one as well. You all get panther lick.
That was a weird sensation to wake up to.
It's like wet sandpaper across your cheek.
I give John like a weird glare for a second. Oh.
Why are you glaring at me?
I didn't know that it was a Lauren. I'm sorry. There's only one person next to me.
Don't even question the panther.
As far as I'm aware, my tongue does not feel the same as a panther.
We don't know that. You've never licked any of us before.
Yeah, you have like a weird tentacle too. Who knows what's going on with your body?
How do we know your tongue isn't just a tentacle?
Oh,
I just wanted, like, what does the orc do when they hear the weird tentacle part?
The orc?
The orc lady.
Oh, she's probably not even listening at this point.
Oh.
She's tired because she's been walking for fucking 10 hours today. But yeah, as you know, you guys approach, they'll probably hang back while your group kind of reunites. Just kind of like stand and watch.
Is the sun up
out.
yet?
No, it's still dark out.
I'll transform back into a Lauren, and then I'll introduce our fellow compatriots to the rest of the group.
Are we at least on a beach?
Yeah, you're on a beach.
If it's all the same to you, I'm just gonna sit down.
I think we should all do that.
John's gonna put Noelle down.
Thank you.
And he's gonna start going and gathering wood on the very outskirts of the forest.
Okay.
To make like a big old bonfire.
Okay.
A Lauren will take first watch, even though she has like disadvantage, but she has a +9 on perception. So.
Are you guys down for a rest?
I think we'll
rest. Yeah.
I think we should maybe stay awake until sunrise.
Yeah, we're
not gonna walk though. Yeah.
Okay.
John's just gonna make a big old fire.
All right.
I'm gonna give Lauren and Barnaby a hug because it's been a long fucking time. I'm so glad you both are okay.
John's like, Barnaby, make food.
I've been fine. I've just been dreaming here. This has been easy walking, all I can say. Hasn't been too bad.
You look surprisingly not tired.
Yeah, I think I know why, but good to see y'all. How you been?
Terrible.
John times it. Starving.
I see. All right, well, let me get my cauldron out. Won't be able to make the same good stuff as I used to, but it'll still be good.
I've been living off of crackers for like a week.
I'm pretty sure
you'll have some crackers to dip into this then.
I'm pretty sure we are the luckiest group that ever got stuck in that place. We stumbled across a crazy interplanar ship, and Burberry got it running again.
Was that the crash that I saw? The explosion?
Yeah.
That was Noelle trying to fly.
I got up. I did up. I figured that part out.
And then
I
down.
didn't really have a handle on down so much. But
I will give many thanks to both Lembriosk and her fast tonight.
Well, I'm glad you are all safe and sound. Then I'll probably tell them about the Shadowfell scroll.
The what?
The Shadowfell scroll and from the church. About the guy who communed with the dark power and just like describe it.
The Chronicle of Miraneros.
Could that be that crazy motherfucker I shoved my fist down the throat of?
oh, the creature you mean?
I mean, we don't know that it's a creature after all. Could have started out as a person.
Says it's powerful, hungry, it's malevolent, curious, and lucid. He created the island realm, and he has become very hostile after the anchor.
Burberry did say it was
Um,
hungry.
It's a lot. What I curious does sound like it, but
So, I think we should kill it, because fuck
Yeah,
that
no.
thing.
No.
Not right
No.
now. Like, we can take a nice long rest, get all healed up.
Josh is like, no. No.
Oh,
No.
fuck that thing, no.
But it's just
Speaking
gonna
of,
keep-
I'm gonna make some gumbo.
Yeah, it's just gonna keep haunting this area, though. Like, we should just put it up.
Fuck this island. I don't care.
Are you proposing we go back there?
Yeah.
No.
And then I'll pull out the map with the ruins. And be like, this is where it lives in one of these ruins.
That's going to be a hard sell to this group of Lauren right now. It's
Yeah, fine.
You give me back my glaive, and I might think about it.
As you hold another glaive in your hands.
This is cheap glaive. They stole from hippo people. Not my glaive.
Hippo people?
Hippo
yeah,
people.
on the interplanar ship. There was corpses of hippo people.
A hippo person.
Zombie hippo people.
Huh.
You know, now that I think about it, the creature did fight us here on this plane. Because we didn't run into it till after we
Like, I don't
transported.
even think. Sorry. I don't even think we have to go into the woods. I think if we just, like, camped out here, it would come to us.
I don't know. I annoyed it to the point where it just ran away.
it said that it would. Oh, how did it phrase? Something about enjoying what it had.
Deal with what I already had or whatever.
That yes.
Did you guys have other, like, survivors with you? At one
There were
point?
other survivors.
So, I did not enter the Shadowfell until after I met Noel. So my group of survivors should be still in this one. Although they're probably starving pretty heavy by now.
if
You
we
left
had
them
a-
with a lot of food, John, to be fair, and it's only been 4 days.
Oh, it feels like a week.
It
Maybe
feels
we
like
should-
it's been months, yeah. I feel that.
Maybe we should go and check on your group where you left them. See if they're still there. And if they're gone.
Do I know where I left them?
On the very south side of the island, presumably, because you...
Do you have a map?
I do.
I do.
Oh, actually, we
Both of
both
you
do
have.
now.
Yeah.
I look at the map, and do I see anything that I recognize that I can point out where I left them approximately?
So give me a navigation check.
Okay, do I get a bonus because I have a navigation kit?
It's a low DC.
Okay. Does a 1?
Okay. You remember you swam a while, and then you ran through the woods, and then you hiked on the coast, and you've been hiking on the coast a lot. It's south. It's further south. You're not sure exactly how far south, but it's definitely further south than anybody
It's
else
on
was.
it's on the coast on the south side of the island. That's all I can
It's
really.
definitely further south than I washed up, so it's got to be below this point.
Yeah, Noel would be able to point out the kind of the southwest corner of the island, close to what is that river called there? On Aloran's map, the Suslam River.
There was a building on top of a mountain you could see.
We did spot that, yeah.
A building on top of
Yeah, you could see it from the spot where I dropped them or left them. So I was probably within, a couple of hours south of where Noelle landed?
At least...
Yeah, that's about how long it took you to reach it.
Yeah, at least a few hours.
Swimming?
On the map, do I see any buildings on the mountain?
In that area, no. You do not see anything marked.
I think we should go. And
I'm okay with checking on the survivors. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
I just don't want to fight that fucker again.
And we did do a fair amount of... Oh, you did a fair amount of damage to it.
And now we're all together again.
So I insulted his teeth, and then I shoved my fist down his throat and grabbed his uvula, and then I drank an enlarging potion, and so he's like a skin-tight glove, and I just stabbed him a bunch.
I mean, it sounds like you did pretty good.
Just is chuckling over the cauldron.
I don't have another enlarging potion, thank you very much.
But you also have me, Barnaby, and these guys. There's three more people now.
Although I do have a shrinking potion if it's shrinking.
Should somebody say that that's 4 people? Just let them have their moment. With your 19 perception, you hear them kind of whispering off to the side.
It's been a very long day.
No, I wasn't criticizing. I'm just sorry.
So has John built the bonfire now?
Yeah, you got a bonfire going.
Okay.
I'm fine to continue exploring or whatever people want to do, but I just don't want to end up in the Shadowfell again.
I feel like we should get a boat.
Because I don't know how we'd get back. Like I said, we were the luckiest motherfuckers that ever got lost there. We found the one exit that existed, and it's destroyed now.
Well, we do have the Barnaby's thing, and I'll whisper this. That could be our get out if things go really bad. Well, it takes you from the Feywilds back to this plane. The Feywilds is a different plane, technically.
Well, we do know that the Shadowfell exists in the entirety of this plane as well. The Waylight might take us from the Feywild back to the Shadowfell in a different spot. I just don't know how it would work.
I think it would work. Can I roll an Arcana check or something to try to?
You could.
Okay, it's gonna be really high.
What are you trying to determine here?
If the Feylight is a extraplanar travel thing,
right?
Does it keep you on the plane you started on?
Okay.
Yeah, could we technically get back? Because the Feywilds take you to a different plane.
Okay.
So to see if well,
Arcana stuff.
I think Burberry wants to assist.
Yes.
Okay.
Honestly, Burberry, I can assist you because my Arcana is +1, so it's not great.
All right. That's doable. Well, for my understanding, that is a 19.
19.
I mean, I've been to the Shadowfell, I have experience.
You do have experience there. You guys have been to the very edge of the Feywild. You've got some fucking miles under your boots. 19 is just shy of what I was looking for, but I will say you know what you don't know about magic, both of you. Aloran, you received rudimentary training from the Green Wardens, kind of covering the basics of druidic magics. Burberry, you studied pretty intensively back in seminary, and you've learned a lot over your time exploring on your own as well. Teleportation, explainer travel, these things are very powerful. These are high-level exploits of magic, and neither of you has a ton of experience or education in this particular field. These things are generally not really covered much in your training, but you will recall from your conversation with the gatekeeper her explanation of how this item worked. You don't recall her ever saying anything about the Shadowfell explicitly. What she told you was that the Waylight could be used to enter any forest in the material plane or the Feywild, and exit in any forest in the material plane or the Feywild. It's possible that it would work in the Shadowfell. It's possible that she didn't mention this was a hedge case for the item. But she also didn't say that it could, which could mean that it literally just can't. You don't know for sure, but you do know what you were told.
This might sound like an odd question. Could we ask the little thingy inside? I know that it's basically like a GPS, but
well, if we
maybe it would know it's
assuming we're not going today, I can just send him to the gatekeeper tomorrow.
That is true. We do have time, I think.
I don't know. This thing has like been haunting this place for a while, so Lauren wants to go and like kill this thing.
I think we should put rescuing the crashing people as the top priority.
Yeah, like if there aren't people there, like, and they're all gone, that means that thing probably has.
Correct you, John, but I feel like our top priority should be a very long nap.
God, okay, I agree.
I am in favor of that.
Agree. You need to eat first.
Yeah, eating comes first, then napping.
Oh, yes, eating!
And then we go back and get the boat.
Okay.
Oh, Barnaby, I've missed you and your food so much. I've been stuck eating rations for the last 4 days, and I want nothing more than to... Do you have a trip today? No, probably not.
The longest 4 days of your lives.
As much as I want shrimp right now, they would not be good with how much we've been walking.
That's entirely fair. Well, whatever you make, I will be perfectly happy to chow down on, as it were.
Stanky scramp. So, over the next hour and a half, you guys have this conversation, have some food, settle in. Despite the horrors you have encountered on those islands, this quiet moment on the beach is much needed, genuine rest. And as you guys begin considering tucking in for the night, the sky begins to brighten. The dark, star-studded sky overhead begins to shift to blue over the course of this hour, and distantly, over the rear mountains behind you, the very first bits of sunlight begin to brighten. And in that light, off the coast, several miles, but still within view, there is a ship on the water. No sails that you can see, but three strange finger-like protrusions sort of rising out of the hull in the distance. slowly just kind of drifting northward, following distantly the coast of the island. Is there anything else you guys want to take care of before you hunker down for a long rest?
Maybe do a bonfire? Signal fire or something?
There is a bonfire currently burning. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got rid of Skywrite, so I can't really write a message for them.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm pretty out of stuff, so...
I could throw some Sacred Flame in the air again.
Sure, yeah.
Yep, I don't got nothing, unfortunately. It's
Shoot,
time.
but I don't think they'd see a bullet.
Oh, but they'd hear it. Maybe.
Maybe.
Good point. I shoot into the air.
John looks at Noah and was like, you know what? I think I just figured out who he might have, actually.
Who?
The people that ran into the forest with you.
Oh, yeah, no, I figured.
You're like, yeah, no, they're fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll spam Sacred Flame for a little bit.
Okay. So some Sacred Flame spam, some frantic shooting into the air. Brynbor, as you guys begin this and catching sight of the ship as well, he'll join you and make 2 castings of the Thunder Wave spell. So these massive claps of thunder.
Oh, make sure he's not near us for that, because that's...
No, he stands well away. He knows. He knows. He's not much of a shot, but he's not a dumb bard. He stands well away, lets off these loud peals of thunder, clapping into the distance. Very, very faintly in the distance, you guys hear this responding.
The hell was that?
Within about 10 minutes, the ship slows its motion to a stop.
Can I make my way out to it?
It is several miles away. If you would like to begin swimming, you may.
Can I dash swim?
I will need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
After all that, John drowned. Fails 3 con saves and
underwater.
dies.
Here's the thing,
That'll be a 16.
16. Technically a save. That is a success for an hour of swimming.
Lauren's just gonna vibe on the beach.
Same.
I'll say about halfway out, John, you catch sight of a rowboat currently making its way to shore.
I will meet up with them.
Cool. As you do, you see a number of sailors in the East Alliance naval uniforms that you recall from the Medora. Strange faces, though you don't recognize the people wearing them. And as they see you, they call out, "Are you from the Medora? Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
yes,
you!"
we're a few of the survivors and came back from the Shadowfell. It's crazy as fuck.
How many of you are there?
How many are there?
There's just us, remember?
I think so.
7?
Well, yeah, but there's 2 other people, right?
Yeah, 7
That's
total.
Yeah,
7? 7.
He does some quick math on his hands, looks at the back of the boat. Shoot, 1 second. And he'll kind of reach down under the benches, turn back to the ship, which is much closer now that you swam out towards it. You can see, I don't think that John has ever seen one like this, but Clark, you would recognize like a steamship. There are like 3 tall smokestacks kind of shooting out the top of this thing. An ironclad sides, heavy cannons sort of adorning the lower decks through the portholes. This is a big fucking warship. And he kind of waves these flags at the ship. Very distantly, you can see another figure kind of responding with the flags, kind of waving, gesturing, doing the YMCA thing that you were kind of mimicking earlier. And the man in the boat kind of finishes transmitting whatever message he was sending before turning back to you. He says, "There'll be another boat along behind us. Hey, do you want to come up? And he'll reach a hand down and offer to
Sure.
haul you into the boat. Cool.
John gets in the boat and then collapses and rests.
So over the course of the rest of that hour, the sun will fully rise over the mountains, and this rowboat will make its way to shore, reaching you guys. Maybe another half hour later, a second boat will reach you, and this looks to be the rescue crew that was dispatched by the admiral you contacted, Noel. As you talk with them and start explaining the situation, you will learn that they were able to rescue several people who were adrift at sea. They spent their first few days searching out around where the Medora should have been when it capsized, before making their way back towards the island and sailing up the coast looking for anyone who washed ashore.
Do I point out where I left my
did they
survivors?
see anyone on the shores?
You will be informed that there was a group near the very southern edge of the island, 4 or 5 people who were picked up. They were not thrilled with their situation, but they had made do, sticking to the coast, hiding in the eaves of the forest from monsters that came out, searching for them, it seemed. But they did their best to avoid heading inland and were able to wait out the 4 days on the beach waiting for rescue. There was another group of 2 people that they found further north earlier yesterday, it would be now, whom they picked up. And beyond them, there were probably less than 10 people adrift at sea that they picked up.
I would
I
ask.
assume that group was the one that I was with.
Do what?
I assume the group that they picked up at the southern edge was the group I was talking about.
Yeah, they would be able to give you the names as you guys are kind of rowing back to the ship. If that's what you want to do. Do you guys want to go with these guys, or?
Yes.
Okay, just confirming.
I would ask
as you're
about-
rowing back to the ship, they would be able to give you the names of your group, John, and you would hear that they were picked up and brought on board.
Did any of the names from my group that I would recognize come up?
2 names. So John, the 5 people that you picked up were Lodrek, Eric, Laura, and Rachel. Oh, and Emma, excuse me. Noel, you would recognize the names Ellen and Ajax.
Okay. Well, I know who the monster has.
I think we should go after them.
You would also hear the first mate, Rebecca, was picked up.
Yay.
But
Was the captain saved?
Captain Baxon, Tathan Baxon, was not found. The quartermaster, Silvarin, was not found. And the bosun, I think I just gave his name as Baturum. His last name is ridiculous. Goopushtodish, I think.
Oh, Goopy?
Another drag. Goopushtodish Baturum, the Dragonborn. His body was found, but he was dead at sea. Partially eaten by sharks.
Rip Goopy.
He was like right next to the explosion too, so that motherfucker was dead from the get-go. So, there were in total, as far as the rescue crew can tell, 3 officers down and about 10 crew members unaccounted for.
I would say to the group, I don't know what our plans are exactly. Obviously, we don't necessarily have to go searching for the people that John left behind, because it sounds like they are okay. I know Lauren really wants to go take care of this monster, and it would feel awful to leave the people that I traveled with in the lurch. However, we are also exhausted, very, very tired. At least I am, and you look pretty tired too, Lauren. It's probably going to take me a day or two to get back to my normal self. So I think we should take that into consideration too before we start marching anywhere.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with us, like, taking a break beforehand.
Yeah, why don't we take a break, get back to the big city, get, like, a boat that we can take out to the area where the ship was or something, and then we can leave the boat offshore, or we go back onshore, and, if we want to fight the guy, that way, instead of having to march our way back, we can just get back to the ship.
If we're going to do this, I definitely want to do it as intelligently as we can. Learn a bit more about the Waylight to make sure that plan would actually work, and just see if there's anything else we can get to help us out before we start doing this.
I will say there's not much about the creature and stuff like that. That's very lacking information at the city.
Okay.
Like, I think the most useful thing I found was that scroll.
It has very good shape-shifting abilities. And tiny little teeth.
I thought
teeth.
occurs...
John says as he carefully covers the massive impaling fucking wounds from this thing.
A thought occurs to me. Are we on the ship yet, or are we still debating that on the shore right now?
I think you guys decided you were going on the ship.
Okay, I would probably have brought this up before we get on.
Okay,
Burberry,
fair.
if we get on this boat, what is to stop the same thing from happening again?
You can stay on shore. I don't...
No, I'm not saying you should stay behind, but I'm saying should we all avoid getting on a ship for a little while?
Wait, didn't Lauren
cause any more deaths?
No, Lauren never got back on the boat.
No. Lauren, didn't you talk to the messenger person about the person that sunk the ship?
Oh.
Out of character, yes. In character, John has no idea.
Not as John, but out of character as Matt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I kind of forgot about that, to be honest.
I figured
You forgot that a holy light from God came out and talked to you?
Yo, that
He
thing
was
was like
unhelpful.
he was extremely unhelpful.
Fair.
To be
It was
fair.
a long day, okay?
Considering
Yeah,
it's highly relevant and happened within the last day or two.
Yeah, I'll tell Burberry about it. But yeah, no, I 100% forgot about that thing. That thing did not help me out whatsoever
that's
with any information.
I'm just
I
playing.
figured since it was relevant and you hadn't said
wait.
anything.
All right,
it was
wait, back up, because this is important to Burberry as a character.
Yeah,
How much do you tell him?
I tell him everything about this thing, the thing that I talked to. Because like I don't even think I low-key even took a note about it in my notes because it was so helpful.
Yeah, messenger searching for wayward brothers. Totally useless. Messenger from God.
Yep.
Also, the fact that the god that sunk our ship is locked up.
Yeah, I figured I'd bring that up before we got on another ship.
He didn't say that. He said he was on the run.
Or not able to get anywhere near Burberry.
Yeah.
Like a big, Burberry would have responses to this. We're just glazing over it.
You can respond. I think we're just trying to sort out what gets said.
No, I mean,
like
because
I didn't put it
backing
in
up for the
Oh, you did write it down.
I
the
did
very brief summary of, oh yeah, no, they were looking for you, the wayward brother. Burberry would fucking freak. Like,
The Wayward Brothers?
Yep, that's it. That's all it told me. For being a all-knowing God.
Which is you, Burberry?
That has to stop laughing real quick.
Can you explain the plural part of
sorry.
that?
I'm gonna lean into John and just say, the kobold theory is back.
Did it ever go away?
I was doubting it for a while there, but now I know I was right.
Yes, Wayward Brothers, there's more than just me. It's an organization. There's a lot of people in it.
Oh, you mean the, what is it called? The group they're in? I want to say is it the Conclave?
Yeah, the Conclave.
Conclave, yes.
Ooh.
Is that what the brothers refers to?
Yes, as in brothers and sisters.
Oh. Is that the truth?
John,
Insight check.
John is squinting his eyes. Insight check.
Go ahead.
I rolled really well. That's a 23.
John got a 17.
Are you telling the truth?
No, wait, what was 23?
23 was mine.
All right. So Burberry is telling the truth, but there's also something that he's not telling you.
Technically true, but not
The whole truth.
necessarily
Lying by omission.
Yeah. You see tiny beads of sweat beginning to form on the exterior of his mask.
I like how the bard is getting mad at me for lying with omitting.
I'm not mad. I'm just making note of it.
I can be mad later.
So I can ask about it later.
Okay, so, they're actively looking for me now. Oh, that's problematic. Oh, that's
Like, this is a bad thing?
Not at all. It's fine. It's fine.
That doesn't sound fine, but
You seem very nervous.
Well, whenever a large religious organization is looking for you specifically, that's usually cause for concern. Right?
I mean, wasn't it just the god that was looking for you, and they didn't actually know who you were in the religious organization?
I need. Okay. This is a lot. Oh, very sudden. Sorry. Okay. All right. Yes, I was being looked for by a specific god and being protected by my other gods. Gods bless them. I guess that's kind of them blessing themselves. But anyway, thank you, gods. Because of the whole thing with said god, I was very all right, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna roll for patience. Oh, just tell him already. Oh, burr. Ask for other people. Like looking at them.
John.
So there is very
There's a second
clearly
I
a
put
second
out
voice
I put out a low 5 for John.
emanating from somewhere around Burberry's navel.
John low fives him.
Okay, so here you go. Wait, no, he hasn't actually taken off anything yet. Maybe later. Look, that is what I told myself X number of sessions ago. Is whenever he actually got decloaked, I'd show people.
44 sessions.
44 sessions. Jesus.
What is going on? What is happening?
Burberry very seductively unfastens the first button around his collar.
That is not what Burberry does.
You don't have control over that, DM.
We're on a boat. There
I'm
are
the DM.
strangers.
Watch me.
Okay.
So what is happening?
All right. So Burberry's like, okay, all right.
So obviously there's people around, so I can't exactly show you the nature of my body. But oh, I do wish there was a private room. Okay. Anyway, all right. So, the organization, after I was very, I was scared that people would freak out. So I left. And then I realized that was probably a poor idea, but I was already gone for like 2 months at that point, and I didn't know how to explain. So I just didn't go back.
What did you have to explain?
You left the conclave, you said?
Well, I didn't leave the organization so much as I left my particular branch of the conclave. That's why I've been checking in with other branches, because they probably don't know who I am, to be honest. So it's been a very long day, and we should probably all go to bed now, yeah?
Burberry's like
awake
physically
now.
shrinking, like getting smaller, like he's trying to...
He's just like sinking into a blob of Burberry cloth on the fucking deck of the ship.
John's like, so other Burberry, do you want to explain anything?
Yeah. Okay, wait. Maybe we should... Is there anywhere on the ship we could go that would have just like a small room?
So
Is there a closet?
This is a big ship, yeah. This is probably actually the biggest ship any of you have ever seen. Like I said, ironclad smokestacks, very heavy cannons on both sides of the ship. Asking for like somewhere private, you guys would be shown down to some unoccupied bunk rooms on the crew level, like 2 decks down. It's like a 5-deck ship. Like it's big. Definitely could get some space on your own there. They're not big spaces. I mean, it's like a prison cell with like fucking bunk beds, but it's a room.
Before we did this, Noelle would definitely just briefly pull Burberry aside and just say, Burberry, I know you seem very uncomfortable, and I just want to say that you don't have to share anything or everything. You are free to tell us what you want to tell us. But just know that we're here for you. We've been here for you, and we will continue to be.
Really nice, Noelle. But honestly, I probably should have come clean from the beginning. And then we might not have ended up in this mess, and people might not be dead.
Well, I guess here's your chance.
So yeah, that happens.
Oh, I gotta see this.
Whoa.
Oh my.
Yeah, I'm trolling y'all.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What gonna say?
I knew it! Vindication!
We knew it.
Well, this has to be put in the stream, right, Pete? You're gonna.
I will put this in the stream.
Absolutely.
I knew it! Burr and Barry.
Wow.
I thought...
Yeah, so that sad sack over there is Barry, and that uncouth human, well, not Dragonborn anymore, is Burr. It is very nice to re-meet you all. Oh, re-meet nothing! You knew them all! Obviously, somebody knew something, because they're been trolling us very hardcore for the last... Burr. This is why only one of us gets to talk at a time. I'm sure I have no idea what you mean.
I had my guesses, but honestly, we didn't know for sure. You just went through rations really fast.
Wait a second, is that why you always wanted that extra help in a gumbo?
No, that's because Burr's a pig. It's delicious!
Also
I'm glad
explains why you
someone said I
acted so
did.
differently on some days. Do you guys just switch off every day?
Well, to be honest, we flip a coin. Heads and tails. I like tail days.
Which one of you is Tails?
Oh, that would be me.
Which is
raises
okay. I was gonna say,
What?
which one is that?
Unhelpful.
Yeah, so it is a little useful. But we can't get well, how long has it been? Well, I mean, that's kind of a dumb question. I think it's probably been, oh god, how long has it been? That's why I was asking.
Out of character question. Are they literally identical?
Okay, so
Apparently, their back patterns are different.
very good. Yeah, no, they're mostly identical. If you notice like little details, Barry seems to be a lot more fastidious than Burr. Like his attire is less messy. Burr has a lot more like cuts and dirt, and Burr doesn't seem to care much about keeping his clothes clean.
Also, apparently, Barry is heavier than Burr.
Why
No,
would you
Burr is
say
heavier.
that?
No,
By
Barry.
3 pounds.
No, remember
No.
their names are crossed.
The arrows are pointed, yeah, so the one on the right is the heavy one.
Correct.
Burr is
Burr.
the heavy one.
Oh, duh. Sorry, I was flipping it backwards. Sorry.
I don't know how you could possibly get confused.
Honestly, I wasn't flipping the names. I was flipping the weights for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, weird.
So, which one of you did I meet years ago?
Both of us. So well, we are a dragonborn. We just are half the dragonborn that we used to be. The god split me in two.
Hold on. So you were
That just don't make sense.
So you were one full.
As the man who
dragonborn.
named all of his fingers.
So you
That's
were
around
a
their
fair
family.
rebuttal.
So you were one full dragonborn, and then the god split you into two dragonborns that are half the height.
Yes. Well, and half the personality in some cases. Well, kind of. It's a little strange, really. I seem to have remembered all of the parts of things that are more technical, and Burr seems to remember most of the things that are more by feel. But all the memories are there. Like, I remember meeting Noelle whenever we were both very young.
You both remember that?
Of course.
And
Wait.
you.
Meaning that was before you split or after you split?
It must have been
Just
before.
shortly.
Oh, Lauren has the question.
Yeah, go for it.
That was my question.
Oh.
So, why were you split in two?
Because I tried to leave. I didn't want to be his cleric anymore because I realized that he was kind of a dick.
Koron?
Yes, he did not take it well.
Yeah,
Did
he
you tell him
seems
he was a dick?
a little vindictive.
I think so. Probably.
Good job.
I was feeling particularly brave that day. But yes, he didn't take kindly, which is why I left. Because what is this? Like, it's like I was a dragonborn
that got stuffed into a pygmy owl. And I haven't seen another like me before. Out of character, kobolds are not common in this setting.
Wait, so you are a kobold or you're a dragonborn?
They both answer a dragonborn at the same time.
Oh, okay.
I think mechanically you might be looking at kobolds, though.
Mechanically, yes.
It occurs to me, you have saved quite a bit of money on those Freeport ferries.
I mean, I got carried around by a giant octopus. I paid exactly as much as I would have if I was one person.
Oh, you never took No, you took the boat.
No, I took the octopus because I was fucking terrified that a lord would look up.
Wait, no.
Wait, you took the boat?
That means you took the boat.
If you were terrified of a lord
Lauren
seeing...
At least
Yeah.
once.
And you were terrified of getting in the water at all.
Yeah, you always took the boat.
No, because I distinctly remember getting carried around on one tentacle and being.
Yeah, that was when we were breaking into Theron's hold.
Yeah.
There was no other choice.
I remember Burberry distinctively like, no, I'll take the boat every fucking time at Freeport.
I stand by my joke.
I do remember that.
Fair enough. We all know my memory's not great. Well, to be fair, it is the amount of money that I would have paid if I wasn't cursed. At least I think it's a curse. I hope it's a curse. If it's a curse, I could break it. Eventually.
Apologies if we keep retreading the same ground. I'm curious. So, why the get up? Why just because you didn't want to be seen as you are?
Considering we're part of a party that murdered a bunch of goblins for the sole reason that they were somewhere that they weren't supposed to be.
I mean, but that was only after we tried to reason with them and then they attacked us.
You were in your get up when when I ran into you again.
But we're an adventuring party. We're used to seeing a bunch of weird stuff. Normal people, not so much.
You could have just told the people you were dwarf dragonborns.
Regardless, it doesn't matter that much. I was just curious. It seems like a lot of work to approach the problem this way.
I mean, once you got used to it, it's pretty standard.
I suppose so.
I don't know. Maybe I was worried more about being treated than a monster than a person.
You seem pretty normal to me.
I mean, so long as you dress and act like a normal person, I don't see why people would treat you as a monster.
I feel like Burberry just kind of does a bitter laugh there. Yeah.
So is this to say that you will be going back into the robes again at the end of all of this?
Well, more than likely, considering that, and Barry pops up and says, I really don't feel like making 2 matching robes at a small size. It was hard enough making the one.
But if you were 2, wouldn't we have twice the fighting power?
Yeah, no.
Think of the action economy. No, but
I can't. We can't cast when we're not together.
Really?
like you have to be like. How does that work?
That's so interesting.
Preferably, because well, I remember all of the words of the spells, right? But he completely forgot the components.
I do remember you saying you needed a pearl. Actually, here's a question. Which one of them is wearing the Revivify bracelet I made?
Barry!
Barry. Okay, that makes sense.
So it's like how I have to tell Jasper to pull the trigger when I shoot.
And why did you think that I was the weird one?
Honestly,
What? With the man who has a giant tentacle growing out of him?
we're all
He does
pretty.
raise a good point.
We're all pretty weird.
Do y'all want to get slapped by the tentacle?
I mean, now I could just duck.
Well,
I have to go because the person opening tomorrow morning just called out, so I'm gonna have like 4 hours of sleep.
oh,
Oh,
jeez.
lovely.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
No, I want to stay, but I'm like, I low-key just really need to go to bed and feed the
I'm
kids.
starting to feel Lauren is literally the only normal person in our group.
I mean,
Transforms into animals.
Define normal.
She's an alcoholic.
And has PTSD.
Yeah,
He
Yeah.
is that.
she has traumas that are not visible.
I take it back.
I have
Okay.
told Jacob that I think Lauren's personality is like a fuck boy, but in like a small female triton.
Really?
Smoke weed, drink booze, fuck boys. You know it.
How?
She a fuck girl.
I always thought you were like trying to drown your trauma in alcohol,
that's-
booze.
Yeah, that's.
liquor.
I think
100%
that's
happening.
the correct reading. Wait, how much taller is
before
Lauren
the trauma.
than Burr and Barry?
Lauren's what, 5'4"?
Yeah, she's a
I
lot
think I'm
taller.
5 feet. I think I'm literally just 5 feet.
Yeah, I thought Lauren was pretty short.
No, it takes both
Yeah, I'm
of
5
them
foot.
together to get about, like, to get slightly taller than she is.
Yeah, so literally, yeah, like 2'9" it says, so makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, also, when they talk, you see that they actually have, like, 2 rows of teeth.
Ugh. Kill it.
That's good for eating steak.
By the way, are we able to take a long rest now?
Yeah, I will say we can wrap this session here as you guys sort of wrap up this conversation with Burberry. Slowly just kind of pass out around this fucking cramped ass cabin because y'all were up all goddamn night hiking.
Yep.
And you will awaken a groggy 7-ish hours later as the ship lets out a loud as it pulls into port back at mooring. So we'll pick up there. It is early afternoon on the 52nd of Inanama. You guys are back in mooring, disembarking, bleary-eyed, but alive together, and
With one extra buddy.
relatively unscathed. Yeah. So, quickly, we'll cover MVP. Who's got the vote?
Burberry.
I feel like I gotta give it to Burberry now.
Yeah.
Aw, thanks, guys.
Oh, which one?
Yes.
That's
I'll
the
take,
right answer.
I'll take that one. It's Burr.
Okay. So MVP
Because
Burberry.
he's the one that rolled a 4 on his patient's die.
Nice.
So this was a big Burberry moment. Everybody gets a point with the Burberry.
Yay. Oh yeah, John, in that combat, when Plet rolled exactly your AC, it shouldn't have hit because you would have had +1 AC from my passive RP bonus.
Yeah.
Wow, good job remembering those bonuses, guys.
For Noelle, I feel like when they're having this discussion, Barry's gonna say,
So, did you not like the... Oh, he wants to know if you didn't like the gift he sent you or not. You haven't been wearing it.
Oh, I haven't opened it yet. I was waiting until I was out of hell.
That's entirely fair.
Can I open it to wrap up the session?
Yeah.
I will sit down and open it. in the morning.
Okay. There you go. Where to put it? Where to put it?
What is it?
It is a Coke.
A Coke?
Yes, a Coke. It has
Just a-
the well on
Oh, a
it.
soda.
One
Thank you.
Coke.
John's like, what's that thing?
It's from the future.
Ooh. Oh, it's very nice. I like the fabric. Oh, that's so cool. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that's
it's
cute.
beautiful. Am I still not allowed to hug
That's
you?
pretty.
They both hug you.
Oh, I hug back.
Run around each way.
Oh. It's been 14 years in the making.
Do either of you even come up to my kneecap as John?
I don't think so.
So you ask that, and then Burr immediately starts climbing your leg.
Okay, I think actually I'm looking at them. I think they are on Cat's height chart just barely taller than your knee.
Where's that height chat again?
It's in the character page in player logs.
Oh, I have to put them on there, don't I? Ugh.
That's cutting it close. They might just come up to my kneecap. Just a little bit higher, maybe.
Well, because they're taller than halfway, but there's like a little overlap because the knee or the foot's on the shoulder.
That's why I'm saying it might be a little bit higher than my kneecap, but not by much.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at this like size chart in a while, and it's honestly hilarious how tiny we are compared to Barnaby and John.
They are fucking huge.
Yeah.
We're so fucking big.
7 and 8 feet tall, roughly. 7.5 to 8 feet tall.
I also think it's funny that Aloran is just so fucking crazy, but she just gets into all the. She's the shortest one there, but she is just doing all the crazy shit.
Also, I'm sorry. I've been holding all this art in forever.
I figured you probably had a whole
Now-
stockpile.
Now I'm imagining John when he was 16 feet tall.
It was big.
Just as tall as the monster.
Ian, what time did we take that rest with Lauren and I before we started setting out again and started
The short rest?
going into the night? Yeah.
That was right after the fight, so that would have been like 9 o'clock-ish.
We haven't had a proper long rest yet.
You would have finished the long rest as the ship was pulling into mooring in early afternoon.
Right. What I'm talking about, like, we were walking all night.
Right.
Barnaby gets excited. I got a new thing for my bucket list. Have a one-night stand. Check.
Barnaby,
That's
Never
I
mind.
don't think that's what that means.
just let him have this.
What are you talking about? I was standing all night.